I would like to call to order the Goochland County Board of Supervisors. Okay, do I need to start again? I'd like to call to order the Goochland County Board of Supervisors meeting for July 2nd. As usual, we will start our meeting with an invocation this evening by Pastor Zach Zabinden, and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mr. Peterson. If y'all could please rise.
Let us pray. Oh Lord, we thank you for your word. As the prophet Joel says, that the Lord is asking, turn to me with all your heart, with fasting and weeping, so rend it and not your garments. Return to the Lord your God, who is gracious and merciful. Lord, we thank you for your grace and your mercy, and pray, Lord, today that you would give this body, Lord, who is needing your wisdom, your presence, Father, to give them understanding as they make decisions on behalf of the people of Goochland County. We pray, Lord, your blessing upon them and upon this meeting, and we ask all of these things in the name of our Lord and our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're all too anxious to make my job easy. Sorry. I jumped at it too. Okay. The next item on the agenda, or the first item, official item, is request to postpone agenda items and additions. I would like to request that we add a closed session for the purpose of meeting with our county attorney in private, to as allowed by the FOIA regulations.
To discuss the recent voter registration reassignments?
Yes. We're going to put it at the end of the 3 o'clock meeting, right before the dinner break.
All right, Mr. Chairman, with that amendment, or I move that we make that amendment to the agenda and adopt the agenda.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we need a second?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So we will have a closed session at the end of this meeting before our dinner break. The next item is a resolution recognizing our treasurer, Pam Johnson, upon her retirement. Where is Ms. Johnson? Oh, there she is in the back. And Mr. Minnick's going to read the recognition.
Mr. Chair. Goochland County Board of Supervisors Resolution of Recognition. Whereas it is the desire of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors to give appropriate acknowledgement and recognition to Pamela Cook Johnson, who has rendered invaluable service to the citizens of Goochland County. And whereas Ms. Johnson has served faithfully as the treasurer of Goochland County for over 8 years, beginning her tenure on April 25th, 2011. And whereas during her tenure, Ms. Johnson oversaw significant enhancements for the county, the proration of personal property taxes, the change in personal property tax billing dates to twice per year, as well as the implementation of numerous delinquent tax collection methods, thereby increasing revenue to the county and easing budget constraints for citizens. And whereas Ms. Johnson entered into numerous personal property and real estate payment plan agreements in order to help Goochland County citizens pay their delinquent taxes. And whereas Ms. Johnson implemented many internal controls and procedures within the Goochland County Treasurer's Office in order to reestablish the integrity of the office and to safeguard the county's assets. And whereas Ms. Johnson provided training through the Treasurers Association of Virginia, allowing the staff to obtain Master Government Deputy Treasurer certification from the University of Virginia, thereby increasing the professionalism and efficiency of the office. And whereas during Ms. Johnson's tenure, the Goochland County's Treasurer Office received office accreditation for the past 5 consecutive years from the Treasurers Association of Virginia, further reinforcing the integrity of the office. And whereas Ms. Johnson presented annually a class on local government and taxes to the Goochland County High School students in order to promote good citizenship, and whereas Ms. Johnson has consistently served Goochland County citizens, Goochland County administration, and fellow professionals with respect and sound advice, and whereas the Goochland County Board of Supervisors will sincerely miss the dedicated service of Ms. Johnson provided over the past 8 years, whereas Ms. Johnson ended her formal service as Goochland County Treasurer on June 30, 2019. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the citizens and staff, hereby recognizes and sincerely thanks Ms. Johnson for her service, leadership, and commitment while serving as Goochland County's treasurer, and furthermore offers best wishes for her in the future.
Are you making a motion, Mr. Meeting?
And so move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Just let me add here, folks, thank you so much for the great honor it was to serve the citizens of Goochland County. They mentioned those payment agreements, and I did over 4,000 payment agreements to help people get their tax situation straightened out. It was an honor to meet all of them and to meet and work with all of you. It is one of the greatest achievements of my life. Mr. Peterson asked me a few years ago how things were going, and I said this job was absolutely the most personally rewarding job that I've ever had in my life, and I've had some great jobs, but this one was the best, and that's because I worked with the best and for the best people in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so I thank you for this great honor, and I thank you for being so nice to me and so supportive, and I hope that you will continue to be supportive. We have a wonderful staff who will continue to serve with integrity and fairness for everyone. And so I thank you all very much.
What is the percentage of taxpayers that pay their taxes on time today?
Real estate tax collection percentage is 99.37%. I don't adjust for unemployment. We have very low unemployment, but it would be over 100%, and I think that's stupid. And then our personal property tax collection rate is 98.96%.
Wow.
When I came in, we were doing good to get 93, 94, 95%. Now we've stepped that up, and I'm very, very proud that we have so many wonderful, good citizens in this county. It's the citizens that do that, not just us, even though I'm having to turn the torch over for the meanest woman in Goochland. I get to be nice here.
I'd like to get the whole board down here for this picture. But
Are we going to stand in front of the
yes,
sign over
front
there?
of the sign.
Gonna share the limelight, Manny? It's not like you.
What?
It's not like you.
And he's getting,
I
look
wanna
here.
share.
Mr. Badesky said earlier that I reminded him that I didn't work for the county. I told a taxpayer once who was fussing at me because I wouldn't tell him what he wanted to hear, and he wanted to talk to my supervisor. I said, well, run on over to the Goochland registrar's office and get a list of the registered voters, because that's who I work for. You can call all 16,000 of them.
Everybody ready?
Smile.
We're gonna take a couple more.
Okay.
There we
English, so. Thank you all. I kiss every one of you if I could.
Y'all can stand in line outside for a kiss. Okay, next on the agenda is my comments. I would like to start by giving an update on where we are with the issue with our electoral boundary. As most of you know, on April 22nd, the Electoral Board made a decision to reassign voters who live in Goochland, they're within the Goochland property boundary, but the census block has them in Louisa. So that happened on April 22nd. On May 9th, I sent a letter to the Secretary of the Electoral Board asking how this could be done within 60 days of an election, because there was a primary election impacting the citizens in Louisa. On May 13th, Mr. Bureski sent a letter to all the citizens that were being affected to let them know that they continue to live in Goochland, they continue to get services from Goochland, that would never be an issue. So the only thing that would lose would be the vote. But that doesn't mean we stop there. We've continued to try to work on a solution. On June 20th, we sent a letter to the Electoral Board requesting that they reverse their decision and bring the voters back to Goochland County. The Electoral Board feels that right now they're within the law, and they were not within the law before. But we're still working on that, and they're planning a meeting for June the 9th, July 9th, sorry. On that same date, Robin Lynn, who's the Secretary of the Electoral Board, sent a request to the Attorney General for a ruling or an opinion on the issue, trying to get it resolved. Then on June 21st, we sent a letter to Senator Peake. The senator had introduced a bill last year that would have temporarily fixed the issue until the next census. And the bill was passed in the Senate, but it was voted down in the committee in the House of Delegates. So we encouraged the senator to present the bill during the governor's special session that the governor called. Unfortunately, we heard yesterday from the governor's office or from the legislature that they're not going to be able to take up the bill because the special session is very specific about what it's going to address. So on June 28th, we sent another letter to the Attorney General requesting a prompt action on Mr. Lynn's letter. And we have received some responses from the Attorney Generals that they are working on it and are going to try to get us an answer quickly. As I mentioned earlier, tonight we're going to hold the closed session to discuss with our attorney what next steps we might or might not be able to take. So anyway, so that's kind of where we are on that topic. Mr. Bureski, did I miss anything, or would you like to? Oh, I do have copies of the letters in the back. If anybody would like to get a copy, it's 3 letters, so it's 3 separate pages. And it's on our website as well. If you'd like to get more information, we posted it out there.
Mr. Chairman, I think you covered most of it. You hit the high level of the letters, the correspondence that has been going on between myself, the registrar, the electoral board. I spoke with the commissioner of elections at the state myself personally a week ago. Still trying to work on these items on behalf of our residents. The meeting on July 9th that you had mentioned, as of right now, that meeting was an extension for a joint meeting with the Louisa County Electoral Board. As of the start of this meeting, they had yet to accept that invitation. I did see earlier that there is an interest in, regardless of what action the Louisa board takes, our electoral board may still meet on July 9th. I believe it's 3 o'clock, but the registrar had told me as soon as they get that meeting locked in, they'll share it with us and we'll help promote that meeting. Right now, the location is being advertised as Company 6 in Haydensville. And so more to come on that. I know we're running out of time with the holiday coming here. That meeting is not a meeting of the county. It's an electoral board meeting that they have to notice properly. And I believe the reason they had asked me today about can we go ahead without them is to meet their notice requirements. So I do believe that that's going to occur. I think we're hopeful we're going to get some guidance from the Attorney General's office. July 9th may be ambitious to receive that back, but I hope between, not only did we share with the Attorney General our request, but I think we have shared our correspondences and those kinds of things across our delegation to help advocate on behalf of this issue. And so that's the only clarifying piece I wanted to add, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, Mr. Podesky, next item on the agenda are your comments.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple recognitions that we're going to start with today, and then just some pieces of information for everybody. First, I want to share with everyone that we were again this year recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association for Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. This is what we call our annual CAFR. This Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in government accounting and financial reporting, and its attainment represents a significant accomplishment. They state, congratulations for having satisfied the highest standards of this program. We hope you'll be an example and encourage others for their efforts to achieve, maintain appropriate standards of excellence in financial reporting. We've sort of taken for granted that we've gotten this the past few years. Not everyone does. This is a team effort, and while our finance department coordinates the work of the audit, it takes a lot of individuals. Ms. Johnson was here earlier, our commissioner, our schools, our sheriff's department, all the departments. It's a lot of individuals doing work together, our social services agency, to be able to satisfy the requirement of our annual audit. And I would just like to thank that entire team. I've asked our finance team to come here and come to be recognized, but we're doing it on behalf of the full finance team. So if you don't mind, I'd like to come up and have the chairman join you for your recognition for a job well done.
Sure, this one.
I think we just got fired.
Madam Vice Chair, are you acting chair?
Yeah.
Acting chair? We can have our own picture. Ready?
What happened to our fancy camera?
Okay. Thanks, everybody.
The next item I wanted to recognize, each year our professional organization known as the Virginia Local Government Management Association, who represents all the counties, cities, and towns in the Commonwealth, they recognize fundamentally what I call either the Assistant or Deputy County Administrator of the Year. This award honors the memory of Marcia Mashaw, who served as the Assistant Town Manager of Blacksburg in the 1980s. She was dedicated to the local government management profession. She was active in VLGMA and created many accomplishments for her community and served as a leader of excellence in her profession. Our profession recognizes individuals that have been nominated by their localities each and every year, and this year I was extremely honored. We're blessed to have two excellent deputies here, and one of ours was selected, and Mr. Derek Stamey was selected as that, I call it the Deputy County Administrator of the Year. It's the Marcia Mashaw Outstanding Assistant Award. So Derek, congratulations. Before you go too far, I wanted to share something with everybody that I thought was pretty special. By the way, Derek didn't know, but we arranged for his wife to drive down the morning of, and his wife and daughter helped present the award to Derek.
Wow. Had it loaded, but something happened, so we'll try again.
Sorry, Derek.
Stand by.
Good security.
This was ready to go. That's how it works.
That's how you give a speech, very surprised at 8:15 in the morning.
Thanks for indulging me and letting me put Derek on the spot. I know paybacks are tough. So I fully expect it. But Derek, it's a true honor in our profession to have that recognition, and so congratulations to you on that. A couple other items of business I did want to share. Yesterday in Goochland County was a momentous occasion for other reasons. We rolled out our new finance system. Our fiscal year started July 1. Yesterday, we rolled out phase 1 of a 3-phase finance system rollout on time, on budget, and it is working 48 hours later. So we're extremely proud of everybody's efforts that went into this. It's across multi-departments, multi-agencies. We're still got a lot of work to go, but I didn't want to let this occasion go unrecognized. It's a huge accomplishment, and just wanted to thank everyone for all of your efforts. Barbara, your leadership, your whole team, Randy, your support, our constitutional officers, your support in all of this, and all the departments. Thank you so much for all of your efforts on that. Also, another major accomplishment in the past 30 days, I believe, we went live with our emergency medical dispatch program. And that wouldn't be possible without the Sheriff's Department and the dispatchers, fire department working with them. And I don't want to underestimate the value of our citizens advocating for this. Ms. Moore, I saw your hand go up in the back there. This was a program that it's taken a lot of work, effort, training to get folks in a position to be able to offer this. And as you dial 911 in Goochland, you will get some levels of assistive care before ambulance shows up at your home. And so we're really proud that we've been able to implement the staffing, the software, the training, and have that up and running for our residents. Did want to share with you, while Derek's award was a little more exciting, I was selected for the executive committee of the Virginia Local Government Association at the same conference. So in my spare time, I will assist our profession, should the board allow me. Thank you. And the last thing I wanted to share with you, which is extremely good news for all of us in this community. You know that we had to announce that the animal shelter project, we had to end our relationship with the former general contractor for non-performance and a number of other issues. We've been working hard in the past few months with the surety, the bonding agency for this particular project, and I'm pleased to announce today that we've entered an interim agreement with Horgan Construction that's stepping in as soon as next week, initially for a 30-day period of time, but we'll submit a proposal to finish the project as well to get this project back on track. It's taken a lot of work from our attorneys to Wanda in procurement to Derek, and I've been engaged in this. It's been a major undertaking to get this project back on track. It's a commitment that we made to this community to deliver a quality product. You know, this is a public partnership with Goochland Pet Lovers. They've raised, just over $1.2 million for their wing of this particular building. We're excited that this project's getting back on track. I do want to publicly thank Horgan's Construction. Coming into a construction project that wasn't finished properly by another contractor is a load, and they've stepped up. Not only, they called us, to be honest with you. They're that kind of corporate contractor that wants to, they built the Goochland Cares building most recently. They're building Sheltering Arms in Goochland County. I think their corporate citizenship really shined with their interest in stepping in on this project. And I want to thank them publicly here today. If they actually finish on time and on budget, we'll thank them again. We're excited to get this project back on track. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, that's the last of my updates today.
Thank you, Mr. Budesky. The next item on the agenda is our citizen comment period. Anybody wishing to speak, please step forward and state your name and address, and try to keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan Lyle, Mr. Budesky. You'll probably mention the fireworks later on in your comments, but I just thought I'd throw that out there.
I would thank you in advance, Mr. Lau, for reminding all of our residents of our firework extravaganza here on the 4th of July.
At least I don't count that against the 3 minutes.
Reclaim my time. Mr. Chairman, I'm Jonathan Lyle, 1521 Mannequin Road. Ms. Nixon, I am a Soil and Water Conservation District Director. That's an inside joke.
Yeah.
And I am on the ballot, Ms. Dixon, so just so you know. She made the comment the other night that she's been displaced to Louisa County, and if it was only for the Soil and Water Conservation election, she wouldn't care.
I think she called it the water commissioner.
I think she did, but So anyway, that's, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I do want to mention that we have entered our first fiscal year, our physical year, and I'm going to leave this with Ms. Kawitz, that the Virginia Agricultural Cost Share Program enrollment is open, so anybody that is a farmer or wants to be a farmer, we would ask that they would contact the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation Office so we can talk to them about cost share programs that help improve their business, their practices, as well as the soil and water here in the county. I also would ask from some direction as to how Monacan might have a place on the agenda in August in order for us to show and tell. We have a water disbursement demonstration that we do that shows how groundwater disperses and how everything from well water to septic systems can be affected, the groundwater table. And that's important because in September, the Extension Office will have their well water testing program. So the more people realize how septic systems can affect their well water, they may be more inclined to sign up and participate in the well water testing. And that's all I have on Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District. I do want to take a moment of personal privilege and just say with Ms. Johnson, a previous member of this board prior to y'all's election had advocated abandoning the elected constitutional office of treasurer in the county of Goochland. And one of the first letters I remember writing to the Goochland Gazette that got published was suggesting that we needed to keep an elected treasurer in Goochland County. And I think Ms. Johnson's efforts over the last 8 years have proven that that's sound wisdom. Going to a county manager system with a finance department might work for other counties, but I like the idea of being one of 16,000 bosses for our county treasurer. So, Ms. Johnson, you're not here, but thank you. Perhaps she's home live streaming this, I don't know, but I think we do well electing our constitutional officers, so the light flashed.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle.
It's true, I met him for the first time last night, and he has my vote. Now, I don't know who he is, but anyway.
If we can bring you back to Goochland, right?
That's right, if I can vote in Goochland. I'm one of Goochland County's disinfected voters. My name is Diana Vine Nixon. I live at 4885 West Gray Fox Road, Gum Springs, Virginia, in Goochland County. I have my deed, which says I'm in Goochland County. I have my survey map, which says I'm in Goochland County. I have my voting precinct cards from 1991, 1998, 2001 that says I'm in Goochland County. The only change in these numbers is just for the Senate, nothing else. I pay my personal property taxes in Goochland County. I have those, and I have my notice of real estate, which is also in Goochland County. Then in May of this year, I find out, once my husband and I return from a vacation, that I am no longer in Goochland County, and my right to vote here has been taken from me, and I will only be allowed to vote in Louisa County on the Louisa County ballot for their issues. Within the last month, I've been to many meetings concerning this issue, trying to find out how this could happen. I've made several office visits to the Goochland Registrar's office, the GIS, John Badesky's office, because I want to protect my right to vote in Goochland County. And all of these visits and meetings have been very informative and very friendly and very supportive. Last night at the Old Goochland Recreation meeting, I heard that several people in the state government had said that this was an issue that Goochland and Louisa could solve on their own, indicating that if there was no need to wait for a response from any other governing office other than our local officials. I am asking our local officials here in Goochland County to resolve this issue in favor of your Goochland voters. and to ensure that these disenfranchised Goochland voters have the right to vote here in Goochland County on Goochland County issues. I believe this voting problem is due only to the voting for the District 5665 issue. And due to that issue, I lose my Goochland County voting rights, so I have to vote just for House District 56. Perhaps instead of forcing the disenfranchised voters to vote on the Louisa issues, you could instead grandfather the disenfranchised Goochland voters or create a new voting precinct in Goochland for those affected. I've heard that we have the support of the county attorney. I've heard we have the support of the Board of Supervisors, but I have not seen paperwork from the attorney. I have seen it from several other people, Mr. Podesky and Mr. Alvarez. I'd like to see papers from the Goochland attorney about what has been filed or sent on our behalf. You, the Board of Supervisors, and the Electoral Board need to assure your Goochland citizens that you are going to be there protecting their voting rights in Goochland County, and that will be held in Goochland County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Nixon. No, you're done?
Good afternoon. Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Sabot. Last month I came and talked to you about disaster preparation. This month I'm happy to report that I am now able to have the program that I want at my church, which is Goochland Baptist Church. And we're going to piggyback on the disaster day, that's Survivor Day, that's always in the county. Thanks to Robin Hillman and Chief Ferguson for helping, and to my church, of course, that is always willing to support Goochland County. So I know I ask for an awful lot from this county, but I am always willing to give back to this county. You know that life is sometimes a little challenging for somebody like me, but thank you for all giving the emergency medical dispatchers when I asked. I try not to ask for too much from y'all, but when I need it, I try to present what I need and not ask for too much more than what I think I need. But I appreciate that you've always had your doors open, and every time I've called, you've all answered my calls and haven't told me to sit down and shut up. I'm not saying, you know, that other counties have not told me to where my place was, but. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought he was talking to me. Okay. Anyways, thank you again. I would like to thank Chief Ferguson for all he has done for this county and for the sheriff's office. And I did bring a basket over to them because they are wonderful people, and I got to see our center for the first time last week, and it's amazing. So thank you for all that you've done to get that open.
Thank you, Ms. Moore, for all your perseverance in getting us to have an EMD department, or EMD certified folks in our 911 center.
Thank you.
From all the Goochland citizens, so thank you. Next.
Mr. Chairman, Board, my name is Lloyd Smith. I live on Malden Road. I'm here today to go on record because we need to. The county, in my opinion, is a violation of state law, whereby Animal control has put up adoption, 2 pit bulls that'll kill chickens and they will attack you. They have attacked me about 5 or 6 times. I tried to prevent this. I called them, they sent a person, and I told him where to go. I said, you need to go immediately because there's something funny about this, because these 2 dogs could be brought in, and they don't live at this particular address. So you need to go now, and he wouldn't do it. So, whether he filed a report or what I told him they had done, they killed a chicken, I'll let them go. When I got there, the fellows was all over the place, and I looked under the house, and one of them come at me. And if you stand your ground with these 2 dudes, they won't bite you. They won't come in. They'll back up, and then they'll make another run at you. Now, if you turn your back, start screaming and hollering, carrying on, you're probably going to get bit. They are dangerous. And I mean, they will scare the average person to death when they come after you. So I tried to get them out. Now, what has happened, there's a major breakdown, more so than what you get no construction up there. I would expect if they also filled the papers out and turned it in, it should be somebody going through that work and looking at it and seeing and pulling these dogs out. How in the world do you get 2 dogs, you call animal control and try to get them to help you? I could have took both of them out legally, but I don't believe in that. These 2 dogs could probably be used by somebody. They're good junkyard dogs behind the fence. And something happened, something is wrong. And in my opinion, those people out on the road are not properly being instructed properly. And the other thing is, I want an answer, why? Because that's dangerous. Should have been a lesson learned here over the lady that lost her life. These dogs are dangerous, and they're telling you they're dangerous. And somebody didn't do the job, and I expect an answer. The other thing is, all these years, I don't remember ever seeing an article in the Gushing Gazette of a dog being shot, particular hunting dogs. And I still haven't. Now, 5 dogs were shot within earshot of my house, including mine. And what's ridiculous about it, you don't even get a comeback from dog control people. They don't even come back. They hide it. Now, if you can prosecute a lady, I believe she had too many dogs and wasn't properly taking care of them. And then you brought in that bunch from Northern Virginia, animal rights people, because we probably didn't have proper people to prosecute her. That's what I got out of it. And then all these dogs are being shot and killed. Mine was shot. He made it home. I traced his blood back, and he was in howling distance where 2 other dogs were shot. Now, I will talk to the sheriff, but I don't intend to talk to no more people at the dog guys, because they're not qualified. They're not doing their job. And you need to see that they do. Because if those 2 dogs go somewhere and hurt somebody, and they find out that Gushing County released them, I say you will get sued. I don't want my taxes paying the suit. And I like the explanation on both. Why? It's no articles in the paper on dogs being shot and killed. I've never seen one. So they're hiding it. Why? Thank you.
Mr. Smith, we will follow up with you. Mr. Derek Stamey and Mr. Clough. Yep. We will follow up with you on your questions.
I appreciate it.
It's a tough act to follow. My name is Patricia Hendy, and I live at 2337 Wheatlands Drive. And I want to talk about moments. And I brought a map, and this map I had made, Mr. Worley worked with me to make it so that I think it's worth 1,000 words. It's one of those things. And when I'm finished, I will share it with you. Each one can have a copy. So what I want to say about moments, everybody's life has moments, and sometimes they pass and you look back on them and you remember, and you can't go back there. Maybe it's something that made you happy or some decision you took that was wrong, but you can't change it, and it changed everything. And sometimes it's a fork in the road. You took the wrong path. And so what I want to say about that is that we're at a moment. I have a profound belief that this moment in Goochland, this zoning action that we're considering, that we've been considering for many, many, many months, many meetings, this is a moment, and we'll look back once the decision is resolved, and we may be happy with it, and we might regret it. But what I want to do now is just ask you to stop and think clearly about this. Take your time. Don't feel pressured to make the right decision so that when you look back, you don't have regrets. Because it's a very complex situation, and time sometimes pushes you to make a quick decision when really it needs to be thought through more. And that's what this map is intended to show. You've had a lot of people weigh in on this. You've had your planning commission, people you've given the responsibility to, and they've studied it and they've voted on it in their professional opinion. They had a vote, but now nobody has a vote but you. There are 5 votes that count. We don't have a vote. The people who live on Mannequin Road, we can't vote. We picked our supervisors. We gave you the vote. It's a serious responsibility because we have to live with it. And I want you to take your time, look at the map when you have a chance, look at everything that it points out to you, and think about what we've been talking about for 6-8 months and all the meetings we've had. That's all I have to say about it, but thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Ms. Handy. And we have allocated time tonight for people to speak on that case.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Hobbs. I live at 3055 Tramping Cross Way in Sandy Hook. I want to thank the board members who attended our community meeting last night and sharing with the community what was being done to address the disenfranchisement of voters that were moved to Louisa County. I also want to thank Robin Lynn for updating the citizens on what the electoral board is doing. However, the consensus of that group in attendance is, and all the ones that have called me, is to move them back to vote in Goochland County. We heard several options last night that may address and may not address issues, but one thing I will say, if we talk about having 2 ballots and you vote in Goochland and then go vote in Louisa, people are not going to vote. And that is not what Goochland is about. Goochland is proud to have high turnout rates for voting, and people are not going to go to 2 counties to vote. And we definitely do not want to disenfranchise or obstruct anyone's right to vote. It is our hope that resolution will come soon. We understand that we're waiting for interpretations from the Attorney General's office. But if that interpretation is not favorable, the citizens were clear that they want this board to take actions on their behalf. And that is to, whatever that is, if it's to enter an injunction to stop everything until after this election and hopefully into 2021, whatever it takes. And we heard, Mr. Alvarez, you're saying that you all are going to meet, and we appreciate that. The end result is we want to hear that Goochland voters are coming back to Goochland. We were told last night that Louisa's voters have gone back to Louisa. Right or wrong, they have gone back to Louisa. And we want those same privileges here in Goochland. This is a wonderful county, and the people here are invested in this county, and we need to ensure that we invest in them. So again, I ask you to take whatever actions are needed to make this right for those citizens that have been transferred to Louisa County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hobbs. Our goals are the same in this case. Anyone else? Seeing no one, I'll close the public comment period. Next item on the agenda is minutes approval. Has everyone had a chance to read the minutes? If so, do we have a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes from June 4th, 2019 meeting.
We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes approved. Next is reports. And as usual, we start out with Mr. Nguyen and VDOT. We missed you last month, Mr. Nguyen,
Yes,
but
sir.
your folks did a good job.
I was at Virginia State at another meeting, so I'd have rather been here, I can tell you that. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky, Marshall Nguyen with VDOT. First, I'd like to announce a new employee who is taking Danny Baden's place. That's Philip Frazier. Philip is a graduate from VMI with a civil engineering degree and environmental degree. He's been working with VDOT, 4 years so far? He comes to us from the district office where he was a project manager, developing projects, one of them being the Maidens Bridge project. So he's well versed on project development and that sort of thing. I'm happy to have this young man work for me. Actually, he graduated the same time my son graduated from VMI, so they're acquaintances. So it's good to have a young man, that I can bring up, and hopefully he'll take my position one day. So,
Welcome.
yeah, y'all will definitely get to meet him in the near future. He's in between project management and the residency now, and he'll start full-time on July 10th at the Ashland residency. Just a few follow-up things from the maintenance report. We had a total of 221 work orders this past month. Out of the 221 work orders, we completed 200 of them. We had 32 call-outs, and the call-outs were basically accidents, call-outs after hours, maybe a tree down, stop sign down, that sort of thing. And they were taken care of, all 32 of them were taken care of. I'm sure you've seen us trying to get the grass mowed, trying to finish our secondary mow, then we'll go right back and do another mow cycle on the primary system. Okay? Go right into projects. Like I was saying earlier, the Maidens Road project, it was awarded last week. We look for contractor to start probably sometime in August. I don't know the exact date, but when I find out, I will definitely let everyone know. This project will require a detour and closing of the bridge, closing of the road. Basically, the Maidens Road Bridge is a truss bridge. It was built 18 years ago. And the construction method was less than desired, in my opinion. What they did, they put a metal decking down, welded it to the beams, and paved over top of it. And what's happened over a period of time, salt infiltration, water has rusted that corrugated metal under it. That's why you see some potholes on that bridge. We have the same type bridge in New Kent County over the Chickahominy River, having the same issue. Another contractor was awarded that. Basically what they go put back, once they strip the decking and the asphalt, they go weld some studs, which they're called Nelson studs. They weld it to the top of the beams, and then they do the rebar and everything. They go pour concrete on it. So it's going to be a concrete deck is what it's going to end up being. That project will probably last approximately 3 months.
Will the road be closed all 3 months?
Yes, sir. Detour will have to be, fairgrounds
Right.
to 522 back to 6. That's what it's gonna have to be to get this done.
Wow.
And then, that bridge will be, I wish it was built that way to begin with, but just didn't work out. The corrosion, I'm worried about heavy trucks going over it, and if they hit a spot between the beams, it might break through. That's a possibility. I'm not sure. We've had our bridge people out there welding pieces there to hold it until the contract starts. I mean, I can go on about 250 and 288. That's on schedule to go to add in October. I mean, all those for the roundabout, that's on schedule. I'll just go into, I know we've been doing some, our contractor's been doing some surface treatment in the area. And Ms. Lascalette, I'm sorry you got caught in between some of that work. I got your email the other day. I called the ACE and the construction manager to have a discussion with the contractor about the flagging and that sort of thing, but you must have gone through there right in the middle of them doing the work, so.
You understand, that particular contractor, there was an issue on several projects, not just Shannon Hill,
Okay, all right.
so.
I mean, that's the one you mentioned in your email with Shannon
There's
Hill.
also, Pony Farm Road, and
Okay,
I forgot the third one.
I mean,
But,
those, yeah,
Tapscott?
all those are listed at the
No,
bottom of the maintenance report.
Right.
They should be, that contractor's working in some of the subdivisions in the eastern part of the county right now, then they'll be moving on to Hanover.
Yeah, the timing was not good, you're right.
Pardon?
Timing probably wasn't good.
Yeah, what we ended up doing this year is a double modified seal. Basically, it's a tar and number 8s. Then you come back again with tar and number 8s, and then they go a light shot of tar and put the 9s, the block coat. So you had to be right in between doing one of those coats.
I think she was a 7,
A 7?
between the 8 and
So, I mean, I've ridden across a couple of them. They look fine now.
Oh, yeah, they're fine now.
They look fine now. So, and I'm sorry you had that issue out there.
Right, thank you.
I think, last month there was a discussion, Mark was probably up here talking about 288 in the smart scale project.
Right.
And I talked to Mark Riblet about that, and basically it was a fourth project that Goochland wanted, and it didn't rank but like 42nd, 47th or something like that. Just needs to be resubmitted and everything.
I know.
So, with that, do y'all have any other questions at all?
questions for Mr. Nguyen? No? Yes?
Just one more, Mr. Chairman. I can't remember, do we have any work going on Haydensville Fife Road this summer? We know that we did some work.
As far as resurfacing?
Yes,
No,
that's not scheduled for this summer.
no.
Can we get it for next summer?
I have to look at what we submitted this year.
Okay, would you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do have a question, Mr. Nguyen, on the repaving on 522, which
Yeah.
turned out great. I got a lot of complaints because it was a long wait for a lot of folks. But the intersection of Whitehall
Yeah,
and 522, they painted the line straight.
Yeah.
So if you go all the way to the end and you've got to turn your head pretty far to
So
see
they coming
traffic.
from Whitehall onto 522?
Yes.
Okay.
It needs, the line has been painted to the right, so
Okay.
what people are doing is staying back a little bit and then going across the double yellow line to make it left turn. And I've seen at least one instance where somebody coming from 522, they see the yellow lines and the white stop line and they cut it really close and people are kind of moving in that direction to be able to turn
So
left.
in other words, basically we need to eradicate the line and move it, curve the line.
It used to have like
kinda to the
almost like
north
a
a little
left
bit.
turn, like a left turn
To the
lane.
north a little bit. I
And
can-
and you can tell because when they painted the yellow lines, people started going across it and you can see the yellow going all the way across
Okay.
the road. So that would be an improvement there.
I mean, all they have to do is come back and eradicate back 50 feet and just put a little
Yeah.
curve in it, basically. And maybe put some, what I call puppy feet around the intersection.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, while you're on that intersection, we did talk about this last month. It's no passing on Sandy Hook Road
Right.
till you get to the intersection, and that becomes a passing zone.
I think what that is, Susan, because I looked at it after you mentioned it.
Yeah.
I think that's just to allow people to make the left turn.
Going
So
into the
it's-
store.
Oh, okay.
It's just
Oh, it's right before, yeah, it is.
Maybe
right
those are
before-
puppy feet, maybe that's what you call puppy feet.
No,
It doesn't
should be
really-
an opening at the store where people can make the turn
Right.
going into the store.
Yeah, I
Or
don't know about the
opening
store,
at
but
It's
5.
right
not at the store, it's at the intersection.
Right at the intersection, there's a dashed line across.
That's puppy feet. That's
Right.
what
Yeah,
I'm talking
puppy
about.
feet.
That's what I'm
Okay.
talking about.
All right, well, just
Kind
if you
of
would.
directional thing. You see them at intersections all the time. You know, you got a double left, and you see those puppy feet going
Right.
around to keep people in the right lane.
And-
The lane they're in, basically, is what it's for. You know that.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
yeah, if I,
Peterson?
maybe a second attempt here. The construction, the update package that we have, the construction update from Philip Frazier. Can we get a translator to let us know what these are? I think I mentioned this before, I think, but item UPC 113370 ST4A is ongoing, and I need,
Surface treatment contract. That's what it is.
do we know where or how? Or
It gives the routes right there below it.
64 and,
Well,
Which
the
one are
first
you
one is
which one are you looking
I-64
at?
eastbound, westbound, I get that. The next two, PM4A, ST4A, I know they're
Yeah.
ongoing.
That's pavement. That's plant mix. So you want to spell it out what it is?
Well, where it is,
Huh?
where it is, in other words, that string of about a dozen numbers and, the alphanumeric doesn't
is that the
trigger,
project number? Is
doesn't trigger it for me.
that what that is?
UPC?
Or is that the
Is
UPC?
that what you're talking about?
Uh-huh,
Under construction? Is that what you're looking at, Mr. Peterson?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the UPC is a number that a project's given. And that project is on I-64 westbound and eastbound.
I got that, that's the first one, I-64 westbound, eastbound
Yeah,
paving.
I probably should put mile markers. That's in the western part of the county
Okay,
toward Shannon Hill. They did some paving up there, eastbound, westbound, and they did some ramps up there also, mill and overlay. The other one, that's a pavement schedule, PM4A. I can put, for the next report, I can put the routes on it, what routes they are and from and to, if that's what you want.
Yeah, just a little more information if you could. I mean,
Okay.
above that, Route 634, Mains Road, tree down, I get that, tree down on Mains Road.
Yeah, yeah.
UPC 11370, it doesn't trigger it for me, so if you could
I'm
pretend.
I'm with you. When they say, oh, UPC, I said, what is the project? Okay, I can
Uniform
do
Product
that.
Code, I get that, but it doesn't tell me. If you just tell me where and what, then I
Yeah.
can,
And the ST4A is a surface treatment, and that's on the back page of the report. It shows it in two different places, and they're the roads that are on the surface treatment schedule, main roads.
okay. So you've got a list of 2, 4, 6, 7. Those are the ones that are being referred to under that
ST4A.
third item on the construction? Okay.
I can add that to the report.
If you just pretend the person reading this doesn't work for VDOT, that'd be great.
Okay, all right.
Just,
We can detail it some more.
thank you very much, I appreciate your
Thank you.
indulgence.
What does TWLA stand for?
2-week look ahead. All right?
You didn't know that?
2-week look ahead is what it is.
We're gonna start using that one,
The acronyms.
2 or 3.
10 years in the Army, I've seen acronyms, but not like this. This is great, VDOT.
All right.
All
Okay.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Nguyen,
that.
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
it.
Thank you, Lynn.
Is Shelley presenting? Next item is introduction of new county staff. Michelle Sutton will present.
I could have the new hire stand, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Badesky.
I'm Michelle Sutton, Human Resources Analyst, and on behalf of the County Administration, I am pleased to present new staff in Parks and Recreation, General Services, and Fire and EMS. Due to her resignation, Tiffany Davis joined the Parks and Recreation staff on June 3rd as a Recreation Coordinator. Tiffany comes from Chesterfield County, where she was a Recreation Activity Specialist. She also has a master's degree in Hospitality and Tourism Management. Welcome, Ms. Davis.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Due to a resignation, Yvonne Brown joined the county's General Services Department as a custodian on June 3rd. Yvonne comes to us with previous experience with Cumberland County Schools and Powhatan County Schools. Ms. Brown is not with us today. Due to a position vacancy, Adam Thomas joined the Fire and Rescue Team as a part-time firefighter on June 18th. Adam was a volunteer firefighter, EMT, with Hartwood Fire Department for 6 years. Welcome, Mr. Thomas.
Welcome, Adam.
We would also like to wish to welcome our new part-time recreation aides who are working our summer camp programs. They are Tyler Steinruck, Marianne King, Haley Robinson, Khalil Holman, and Nicholas Brognano. This concludes the introduction of the new staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. And welcome all.
Welcome. Yeah, go ahead. One more time.
Next is planning and development activity. The information is in our packet. Any questions for staff? No questions. Accounts payable is also in our packet. Any questions on accounts payable? If not, Mr. Bureski, can you take us through the consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the consent agenda has 5 items for your consideration. 3 of the items on consent agenda actually are setting public hearings for future dates. So there's no formal action on items 3, 4, or 5 today other than the setting of the public hearings or referrals to the Planning Commission. The first item on your consent agenda, we had done a public procurement for contract brokerage services contract. I'm sorry. And this is for when the county would either acquire or sell property. The brokerage and services are also include leasing services as needed. And this is basically a non-exclusive, so we have the ability to use them in areas where we'd like to use their services. A number of individuals had responded to this procurement, and the staff is recommending to enter the service contract with Colliers International for this particular award. Second item actually is me, amendment to my contract. Thank you for letting me continue to serve the citizens of Goochland, and appreciate your consideration to keep that. The last 3 items, the first is a request to set a public hearing on an ordinance amendment for August 6th, and this is specific to a state law change that took effect with some of the state legislation following procurement regulations, and so this would be set for your August 6th meeting. Item number 4, the board will recall, we actually adopted a subdivision ordinance a little bit back. We identified that there was an inadvertent change that would have impacted pre-established cases. We're just making sure that we're asking for this to go back to address that cases would only address cases approved prior to conceptual plans approved prior to July 3rd, so that wouldn't impact those older cases. And the last item on your consent agenda is set public hearing for August 6th. Just to be clear on this particular one, this is when we did an outstanding job with the attorney's office on cleaning up our fees and all those kinds of things, and tried to make a real clear section on what the county's fees and all those kinds of things are throughout. Inadvertently, some of the ordinances we already had on the books got missed in those readoptions. So this is getting put back on to get that addressed. We're not adding additional regulations or requirements. These are just recodifying what we already had on the books. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll answer any additional questions you have on consent
Is
agenda.
there any desire to pull any of these items for discussion?
No.
If not, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I think we had one comment, I think.
One question, but I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, but I do have a question.
Okay,
and
do we have a second?
Second.
Have a motion, a
Thank you.
second discussion, Mr.
Yeah,
Lumpkins?
The Collier's contract, and thank you, you know, I asked some questions on this earlier, and you know, Derek and you all responded timely and appreciate it. But just now, looking through it, I'm looking for where their compensation is, and I'm having trouble. Does anybody know off the top of your head? I think Derek stepped out, didn't he?
The compensation was a part of their proposal, and since those documents are so lengthy, the entire, contract documents don't come before the board. Ms. Tormey, who served on the committee, may have a better, more detailed reference, but it's between 4% and 6% for sale or purchase type of things. It's on a graduated scale. That's my general recollection.
Yeah, I'm looking at Exhibit A and Exhibit B, and, okay, so, but if it's between 4 and 6, depending, I guess. Okay, I'm satisfied if that's representation.
Any other questions or comments? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
The motion carries. Next item on the agenda, we have Chief Ferguson on an overview of revenue recovery. We get a lot of questions on revenue recovery, so we appreciate your giving us an update.
Okay, let's see. Looking for, sorry. There we go.
The cat got the mouse?
Yeah, I think so. Yep, missed that one then.
It's open at the bottom.
Okay. Maybe right there.
Well, that's the report you gotta give. There we go.
Thank you. I can just change it with this. Okay, we'll use that. Okay. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Eddie Ferguson, Interim Fire Rescue Chief, Goochland County Department of Fire Rescue Emergency Services. We also appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon to give you a brief update on our ambulance transport cost recovery program. We've been doing this for about 6 years. It never hurts to give an update, and citizens may know about this, but others may not. And we wanted to take the opportunity today to just take you through a brief update on how the program's doing and some things that are unique to the program. So the ambulance transport cost recovery program is a program that allows the localities to charge for emergency medical transport. Over 100 agencies in Virginia actually bill for ambulance transport. The Virginia Office of EMS encourages this from a standpoint of funding for EMS systems and jurisdictions and agencies that are in need of funding to support their emergency medical services program. In fact, they have an entire section dedicated on their website for resources to assist the agency that's looking to start this. In other localities, you may hear the same program referred to as revenue recovery, EMS billing, or billing for ambulance transport. We actually started the program on January the 1st, 2013, after much thought and careful consideration of how it may impact our department and county. Goochland County Fire Rescue Department has a budget of almost $5 million. We also collect just over $700,000 annually for ambulance transport cost recovery. For example, in the present new budget, we have $728,000 budgeted for as a source of revenue that helps to offset our bottom line and also the bottom line to taxpayers. The ambulance transport cost recovery program saves our residents approximately 1.5 cents in annual taxes. 1 cent generates about $485,000. And so looking at the amount we collect on an annual basis for ambulance transport cost recovery, it offsets the budget by about 1.5 cents in annual taxes. It also assists with the costs that we incur and as a jurisdiction to meet the needs of residents due to the growth of service demands, ongoing equipment replacement, technological improvements, and helps to keep our tax rates low. Sometimes we tell folks that the Ambulance Transport Cost Recovery Program is a way to allow the people who use the ambulance services a chance to help us pay for that and provide funding to support that. For example, not all of our patients actually are residents or taxpayers in Goochland County. So it is a way through billing insurance companies, Medicare, Medicaid, that we can recover some of that expense. Now, the main thing we want to communicate here today is that no person will ever be denied emergency medical services or help because of inability to pay. Okay, we definitely, if there's anyone who has a question about that, we certainly want to get that message out here today. We are here to help. When citizens dial 911, we do not want them to think about or worry about the bill that may come for ambulance transport. We can work with them on this. We have compassionate billing. And again, we have a compassionate billing policy. And what that pretty much means is that when we generate these bills do not go to collections and they do not go against one's credit. So for example, we send 2 bills, and if the bills are not paid, then they simply go into what we refer to as a write-off debt. If anyone has a problem or a concern about the bill they think they may get or the bill that they've received, then we certainly are staying ready to assist them, and we just simply ask them to call Fire Rescue Administration so that we could explain to them how our program works. So kind of walk you through how our call goes. So the ambulance goes to a residence for a 911 call. We transport a patient to the hospital. We use a third-party billing vendor. This is a recommended practice. It gives distance between us and the Medicare, CMS, all the rules that apply to billing. We actually have a third-party billing vendor that we pay about 5.9% of the money that we collect to help generate the invoices, know the rules, and actually issue the correct amounts on the invoices. Fire rescue personnel, when we see the patient, we're fully focused on treating the patient, whatever that emergency is. We do not collect insurance information. We do not ask for insurance cards. We simply leave that to their billing vendor, a third-party billing vendor to handle. And they work that out behind the scenes of hospital registration. And in some cases, they may send the patient a request for information afterwards. As I had already mentioned, insurance is billed first, and any remaining amounts, such as copays, may be passed on to the patient. We never really know for sure exactly how much could be passed on to a patient. It really depends on the patient's insurance, what type of benefits they have, what the copays are. So it's a little subjective, and we try not to go there as far as being able to forecast what that amount could look like. The patients only receive 2 invoices. Those invoices are specially worded so that they clearly say that we have a compassionate billing policy, that none of these unpaid amounts go into the hands of collections, and they do not go against anyone's credit. And there are only 2 invoices. We send one, and then there's a reminder, and they just stop coming. At that point, the unpaid amount goes into write-off debt, and there's no more hassle for the citizen. They don't receive any further invoices. Payments are not taken locally by Fire Rescue Administration or the Treasurer's Office. Some of the questions that have come up, there are out-of-state addresses in some cases on the invoices. Our billing vendor is out of state, so the money goes into a lockbox type account. Many times we see Baltimore, Maryland occasionally as one of the addresses that the money would go to. So a little bit about how the fees are arrived. The fees are basically based on the level of care the patient receives. If it's a BLS type transport, basic life support, where basic first aid type procedures are carried out, nothing advanced is necessarily done, then that fee is about $450 flat fee. ALS 1 would be advanced life support. The patient would, at the very least, receive oxygen, be placed on the cardiac monitor defibrillator, run an EKG, and an IV be started. And maybe, 1 or 2 medications may be given in that case, and that would be an ALS 1 for the flat rate of $550. And these fees are set by our county fee schedules and so forth. ALS 2 would be the more involved call, advanced life support, a critical patient, where they may actually receive all the things I've already mentioned, plus advanced airway control, multiple medications, some type of resuscitation, and that would generate the flat fee of $750. And all of this is determined by a billing vendor based on the type of care that we provide that's extracted from the patient care reports that are transferred up to the billing vendor. Mileage, we are able to charge for loaded mileage, and by loaded mileage I mean only when we have a patient on board and we're actually transporting. We do not charge for going to the call. If we, for example, transfer the patient to another agency such as MedFlight or Pegasus, there's no charge for any of that either. Only if we transport that patient to the hospital we can charge for loaded mileage. And loaded mileage is $11.25 a mile. We try to set all these rates so that they closely mirror rates of surrounding jurisdictions. So everyone in the region is kind of on the same level as far as what they're charging. This is just kind of shows you what generates the funds for ambulance transport cost recovery. You can see that the ALS 1 generates a fair amount of the revenue. BLS does also. But one thing that may have surprised you, surprised me the first time I saw it, is the mileage actually generates a good bit of that. And thank goodness that we don't have that many critical cases that would be receiving all of this additional advanced life support care. So ALS 2 generates a very small percentage of that amount of overall collections. But it gives you some idea of what parts of the fees generate the money. Now, it indicated that we do not collect insurance information, and that is absolutely true. However, because we bill for service like any other medical institution or business, doctor's office, we have to be HIPAA compliant. And that pretty much means that we are bound by law to protect the patient's privacy and their medical information. We do provide HIPAA training to all of our members. They go through HIPAA training on an annual basis so that we closely monitor that and make sure that everything is kept confidential. In fact, July is our annual HIPAA training month, and we're in the process of doing that at all of our fire rescue stations. All members go through the program. We do collect the patient's signature, and that signature, when we collect that signature, we simply explain to the patient that this is a signature, one, stating that we were there taking care of them, that we can bill their insurance company, and it also informs the patient of their HIPAA privacy practice rights. And we always leave with them a piece of paper referred to as a notice of privacy practice. We're required to do that by law, actual hard copy document that explains that, just like you receive when you go to your doctor's office. We've been able to do a lot of things because we've had the revenue from ambulance transport cost recovery. Some of the projects and salaries and so forth that it's funded over the years allow us to deliver a higher level of service to our patients, whether it be firefighter, EMT salaries, more personnel on duty, partially has paid for ambulances, power stretchers, chief SUVs. Boat 4 was paid for out of ambulance transport cost recovery funds, automated CPR machines, laryngoscopes, video laryngoscopes, and cardiac monitor defibrillators, just to name a few. In recent years, we actually blend that into our budget, and it touches all facets of the operation, fire and EMS. Just a little bit of the actual receipts by type. Insurance, as you can see, covers the majority of it. Now, when we say insurance, we take that a little step further. That insurance actually represents Medicare, private insurance, Medicaid, and also you see the self-pays at the very bottom. So when you look at where what generates or where most of that revenue comes from, it's coming from insurance. Medicare typically covers about 42% of it. About 30% comes from private insurance, just some industry standard numbers. About 13% from Medicaid, and then about 16% from self-pay when you look at that across the board over all agencies that bill for service. So you can see a small part of it. It's not an insignificant part if you're paying the bill, but it is a small part in comparison to what comes from insurance. Air Department certainly needs the training and equipment to respond to the challenges of today and tomorrow. We appreciate your continued support. And we've taken this a step further, and we've actually formulated some questions that we once had that we're going to place back on our website. In fact, they're already on our website, thanks to Randy and his staff. And I'll give you these now. There are 8 copies here, Mr. Stanwich, and they are the actual questions that would answer the questions for a citizen, frequently asked questions that all jurisdictions post, in most cases that do ambulance transport cost recovery or revenue recovery. So you look at those, it might answer a question for a citizen. But I would just like to finish up on the revenue recovery or the ambulance transport cost recovery discussion by once again saying that this does not and should not impact anyone needing ambulance service or to call 911. They should not worry about that. If you can't pay, just call 911. We're worried about serving you and providing the emergency care that's needed at the time. We can deal with this later. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have on the program.
Questions for Chief Ferguson?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add, part of this came from a citizen that raised some concerns. Chief Ferguson actually went to that citizen's home, talked through, helped educate them on the program. Actually sent a thank you follow-up for Chief Ferguson's efforts. But this is something that we plan to do an annual educational update on this particular program so individuals know in our community that how it works and it's out there. And as Chief Ferguson said, the website is available to those that use that resource, but we're going to continue to do public education on this annually.
Thank you very much. Mr. Badesky, while I have the podium, 4th of July is coming up, and just from a safety standpoint, the Fire Rescue Department would like to just caution everyone and urge everyone to be safe on the 4th. The roads, whether it's recreational swimming activities or just outside in the heat, but particularly fireworks. So many times around the 4th of July, the emergency rooms get a flood of patients. People come in who've been burned by trying to use, fireworks in their backyard. So please be careful with that, and I would invite all of our citizens, I know you would too, to come to our fireworks show that we can put on safely here in the county. So just want everybody to have a safe and happy 4th of July. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, you got, the website is down. I was just trying to visit the website. I just mentioned,
Is it?
at least I tried to get it on my phone.
I'll check it.
And you've got a typo in the, and I think it's a typo on the slide.
Extra.
Oh, you know what? It's an extra, it sure is, right.
Yep, I tried both. I
Randy
tried
goes,
it.
the website's not down. Okay, we'll take care of that. Thank you for catching that for us. We looked at it a lot, buddy.
Very good.
It's, but you never get them all. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you,
Lumpkins.
Chief.
Thank
Okay.
you, Chief.
Take care.
All right, we're going to take a quick break before Randy comes up. We've been at this for a while. So we'll take a
Joanne's
quick
next.
break.
Joanne's next.
What then?
Randy's coming to leave.
Yeah. So we're going to, no. All right, so we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Is that good? All right. Okay, let's reconvene and invite Mr. Randy. Oh. What happened? Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay.
I was skipping right past you.
That's good. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Badesky, Joanne Hunter, Director of Community Development. Today, what we're presenting to you is an update of the capital impact model, and through resolution, we're also going to ask the board to update our proffer policy. The proffer policy update is based on the new legislation that took effect July 1, which was yesterday, making some changes to the 2016 proffer legislation. While these two are related items, we are not updating the model because of the proffer changes. We are updating the model based on our approved major thoroughfare plan. They just happen to be at the same time, being done at the same time. So basically what the objective of the capital impact model, it's a planning tool to quantify the capital costs that are generated by new development, so we can determine what the impacts are by different types of land use. In 2018, the county hired Tischler Bice, and they developed the capital impact study in response to the 2016 proffer changes that dealt with having to address capacity and specifically attributable impacts. So the impact study includes these 8 categories. The underlined ones are the ones that are proffer eligible, public safety, schools, roads, and parks and recreation. And then we also evaluated the impacts of development on courts, environmental, which is convenience center, general government, and libraries. So what the impact, the study and the model does is that it reviews our level of service, our planned facilities, what our capacity are, and it's able to generate an impact for each public facility category. The county recently updated its 25-year CIP. Last year was our first one, and we put all of our road projects in there. Since that time, we recently updated the major thoroughfare plan, and the number of road projects considerably was reduced. And when we did the second CIP, we also removed roads from the CIP that we felt would be built by the development community through projects, through rezonings, and we wouldn't be putting county funds to. So the capital impact model and study is divided into 3 regions, the eastern, central, and western. There's differences for the impacts for each one of those regions, and that's based on residents per household, availability of public facilities, and different impacts from different regions. So because we took out a number of road projects, the capital impact proffer eligible number has been reduced. So in the east central area, our previous number was a little over 12.5. That number is now going to be $9,810. Do want to point out these are for single family residents. There'll also be some changes based on townhouses and multifamily, and we would run them if somebody came in with the type of that project. So in the east, the number went down about $2,776. The central area went down the most, from $19,300 to $13,700, a little over a $5,500 difference. And then the west went down $13,200 to $12,040, down about $12,26. And you can see, I want to show you an east area where the numbers went down. So when you calculate the different projects and how you attribute the impacts, it's often on a per person number. So we also updated the population, school numbers, things like that when we did the update. So our population went up slightly, so some of those numbers went down for certain capital projects because it spread over more people. So you could see Parks and Rec went down $34 and Fire went down $161. That's based on population. But you can see the big number is the 2638. That's for the transportation projects. Because we had so many projects in our CIP that just weren't realistic or weren't going to be built with county funds. We did have those removed from the CIP, and our capital impact model is directly tied to the public facilities that we are going to construct. You can also see a big number there, the change in the courts based on changes to the CIP. So this is the central area. Again, a lot of projects in the central area came out for transportation, so that went down almost $6,000. And you can see the marginal reduction based on population increase in some of the other categories, and then the court change. And finally, the western service area, again, you see the changes there is only due to transportation and courts because we did not have a significant population increase in the western area. So that's it for the capital impact model. Do you have any questions about that before I go into the proffer policy update?
Any questions? Joanne, I do have a question about the roads. We took them out in many cases because we expect developers to build those roads as they develop their subdivision. We have a case this evening that where the citizens didn't want the road because of what it added, I guess, to the development. What do we do in a case like that? Should we put that road back on the plan? How do we decide whether we still need it or not?
Well, I think when we do the next comprehensive plan update, we would need to look at whether that road still needs to be in there. Does it need to be pushed to the north? Does it need to push to the south? or perhaps when somebody comes in and develops either to the north or south, we could bring that up again as an issue. That particular road, there is some creek crossings that are going to be expensive. If it's to the north, it's out of the TCSD for a good part of it, so probably only the potential would be to go south. So I think it's going to be a policy decision on whether the board thinks that road is still important for connectivity.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay. And proffer policy, so we had to make some minor modifications, very little, based on changes from the 2016 legislation to the 2018 legislation that took effect yesterday. As you recall, the 26 legislation had a lot of comments in their legislation about we cannot accept an unreasonable proffer. So a lot of our language in the proffer policy addressed that. So we were able to change this section regarding reasonable proffers. And what it states now is we cannot require an unreasonable proffer. In order for us to be considered requiring a unreasonable proffer, it has to come from writing from the Board of Supervisors. So we had in there that people could either do the capital impact model or do their own development impact statement. We left that in there. Applicants still have the opportunity to choose to do their own DIS, or they can use the capital impact model. Since we have adopted the capital impact model, all applicants have chosen to use that going forward. We updated the capital impact models, that it's been updated as of July 2nd. And then proffer objection, this was specific language that was in the law, that if somebody opposes a proposed proffer, that they have to make a written objection to the Board of Supervisors. So those are the changes to the proffer policy. We do have a resolution in your packet and would request that you adopt that through resolution. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the proffer changes?
Just sort of a logistical question. I'm trying to follow this. I see the resolution. The resolution talks about, I think it, in the fourth whereas, it says, working with Tischler Price to update the impact model. And then it goes on to say that resolution is adopting, amends the proper policy as shown in Exhibit A. So this is a very simple question. How should we make a motion? Two motions, right? To adopt the updated impact model and to adopt the amended proffer policy?
If you would, please, Mr. Lumpkins, it should be one motion. You can adopt both in one motion. Typically, if you have a number of actions in one agenda item, the request is to make the one motion.
So the Exhibit A does not have the model numbers in there. In the first page of the presentation, it says, in summary, the changes are as follows, and goes through the numbers and the differences. Whereas that's not in the policy. Where is that going to reside?
It references the model in this part here. The capital impacts model is based on the analysis and updated as of July 2nd, 2019. So the model is not part of the proffer policy per se. It's a planning tool. So the board is not necessarily adopting the model. The model is a planning tool, but you're adopting the resolution for the proffer policy that references the model.
And the fact that the model has been changed is reflected by this new date that has been put into the proffer policy. The model is unlike when we used to have one number countywide. Everybody was expected to proffer it. While we can get general information about differences amongst the three districts, each development is in fact put into the model. The numbers are put in, the number of units that are being built, whether or not age restriction is a factor, and other factors are put in, and then it generates a number for that neighborhood. So we're not actually adopting it. It is this amount for every development in the geographic area. We're just saying, please use the updated model when a new development comes in to analyze impacts.
All right. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt we approve a resolution updating the proffer policy as presented, and that we also adopt the updated capital impacts model as presented.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, do we need a roll call vote on this? No? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Hunter. Now it's Randy's turn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Radesky, and board members. Thank you for having me, and it's my pleasure to present the Information Technology Annual Report. And I'll try to not be too long because I know I'm standing between you and dinner.
Just a closed session, right?
Yeah, closed session.
Closed session first. Overview of our department. We are an internal service department, but that's not all we do. We do more than just support. We strive to provide new and innovative technology solutions across the enterprise for all of our county departments, so that we can
Randy,
better,
can you speak closer to the microphone?
so that we can better serve our county citizens. And we also consist of geographic information systems, GIS, lies within our IT department as well. And it's a location-based information for internal and external services and the data that we provide there. Here I'm showing our mission and some of our goals. We want to provide support across all county agencies, and number two, operate and maintain a reliable and secure network, and also cultivate an environment where innovation and strategic planning are encouraged. And some of the following slides will go into how we tie that into the county's strategic goals that were adopted. I want to reiterate some things I've heard in this meeting so far. We are what we are because of our staff. And this slide here shows our staff, and very proud of the IT staff and what we do. And this slide just shows our org chart. And I have 5 direct reports, and my assistant has 3. Overall, we have 9 employees, 7 full-time and 2 part-time. And this slide shows our budget. Last year's adopted budget in 19, and then this year's, and the changes. The delta change is around $58,000. As you can see there, personnel and operating costs went up, and capital actually went down a little bit. For personnel, the primary changes were in salaries and fringe benefit costs, and operating costs went up primarily due to telecommunications costs went up, and an increase in software maintenance contracts. We have a lot of software maintenance contracts across the county, and annually it's anywhere between 3 and 10%. Usually falls in the 5% range of what they increase annually from the vendors. Sometimes it doesn't, but that's very rare. So here I'm showing the county strategic goals that you guys adopted a few years back. I won't read them off to you, but some of these slides here, we're going to show how our IT department goals tie into those. So the first one that we stated was provide support and some innovative solutions to increase efficiency across the county. And some highlights within the past year that ties into that and supports that goal. upgraded our 911 customer premise equipment. We've, next-gen 911, I know you've heard that buzzword a lot. We've gotten our address data ready at 98% accuracy, thanks to Mr. Worley for that, to meet that mandate. We've also gotten a grant to help with the implementation of the equipment for next-gen 911. Some other things we've done, we've also installed some additional antennas on the Creekmore radio, or Creekmore Tower for radio coverage expansion. And then lastly, we're very proud that we were involved in the emergency medical dispatch implementation and go live. Continuing on for that first goal of the department, some more upcoming projects that will support this. We're planning to do dual authentication for our public safety mobile data units to meet a CJIS requirement for the Criminal Justice Information System. And John is going to create a computer-aided dispatch common area layer in GIS. Some more highlights and accomplishments that support that across not just public safety, but other departments. We just yesterday, as you know, we went live with our phase 1 of Tyler financials, and very proud of that. And the finance department worked very hard, IT worked very hard, and multiple departments worked very hard on that. A lot of things we had to do to go along with that. We had to upgrade some of our hardware, our SAN, and our AS400, and our GIS server to get ready for that stuff. And one other thing that John brought live in April was our GIS shrink swell application portal for citizens for building inspection permit applications. And here's one that we're also very proud of, and we replaced the old HVAC system in our server room upstairs with a hot out containment system. And as you can see, the before and after pictures, we downsized a lot. We streamlined the equipment. We went from, I think, 9 racks into about 4 racks, and we became more energy efficient. So we should see less of an electric bill for that as well.
Okay.
Some more upcoming projects across multiple departments that we have coming that support this goal. We got phase 2 of Tyler coming, HR and payroll. We got a refresh of our county website. We have a new building inspections permit software project that's coming in this fiscal. As part of that, we have to upgrade our sand storage, and as you know, the animal shelters hopefully will be moving in this fiscal, and we're going to be a big part of that. And there's a little piece of fiber that needs installed for that. And we are going to be bringing online a new document management solution for the county. On to goal number 2, to operate and maintain a reliable and secure computer network. That's always at the forefront. You hear all these news stories and about attacks and ransomware and all that all the time, so we try our best to keep in front of it. It's hard sometimes because, you know, the hackers are always, that's how they make their money, and so that's their job. But we try our best, and some things that we've done this last year, we've removed some of our legacy VPN connections and upgraded them. We have an ongoing security training program with our employees that they take on. It's an online course, and they go through scenarios where, what if this happened, what would you do? And it gives them a little test at the end to continually educate them on being diligent about being secure and not clicking on the wrong things and stuff like that. Some other upcoming projects that support this. We're going to be installing a new county web filter, and we're also going to do dual authentication on our Office 365 portal. Before I mentioned we were doing it on our MDTs, we're going to be doing it on our Office 365 portal as well to try to mitigate some, if someone were to click on a phishing attack email. continuing on with this goal, some performance measures that we track that just shows you what we have been doing and blocking. As you can see, we've blocked quite a few spam emails over the last year, over 3 million. Phishing emails, we've blocked over 12,000, along with malware and viruses. As far as reliability, we're at over 99% of on both uptime for our servers and our switches and routers on our network, so pretty proud of that. Goal number 3, to cultivate an environment where innovation and strategic planning are encouraged, and we think that ties into the county strategic goals 1, 3, and 5. Some highlights of this, last summer we started a successful internship program with Goochland High School, and that's continuing this summer. And for strategic planning, we set up snapshot mirroring for our virtual servers and disaster recovery between our admin building and courthouse, and we've also expanded on that and put some stuff out on the cloud for backups as well. Some upcoming things that are related to our third goal. There's going to be a lot of work upcoming on the GIS census, or the census in GIS. We're helping the ComDev department digitize our zoning layer. NextGen 911 is mentioned here as well. Voter redistricting is coming in 2021, but work's going to start on it in FY20. And also the county broadband initiative for our citizens. Some more performance measures that have to do with our support layer that we track, I wanted to highlight. We closed over 2,300 tickets last year, that calls coming into our help desk. Of those tickets, over 91% we closed within 1 day. Of the remaining 9%, half of those were closed within 3 days, and all of them were closed within 3 weeks. So we're pretty proud of that. But we always strive to get better. So hopefully that'll be higher than 91% next year within a day. Some work that the GIS department does, that we track as well, is total parcel edits. And as you can see, that number's pretty high, 723. The bottom pie chart, I'm showing where some of our work was devoted this past year. And finance is pretty high on that list because of the Tyler financial implementation. I suspect next year that human resources will probably be in the top 5 there. But you can see those 5 departments made up around 50%, and the remaining 23 departments in the county are another 51%. And then lastly, I wanted to share some of our citizen engagement portal stats. We've had over 212,000 hits on our website, over 34,000 on our parcel viewer for GIS, and then some other ones that GIS applications are listed there. And the shrink swell that I mentioned before just went live, so I did a per month average on it, and I think people are still finding out about it. So that's all I have. I stand to answer any questions you guys have.
Questions?
Try.
I'll give you a few. The dual authentication project for public safety mobile units, is that something that we did on our own initiative, or is that something that's being required?
It's a requirement.
Where does that requirement come from?
From the FBI.
Okay, from the federal government?
Yep. Okay,
so the other dual, looks like dual authentication is also, you're doing it on the Office 365 portal.
Yes, sir.
So that's just when somebody logs into the portal itself, not like if you're launching a local application.
We could do it both ways, but I think the approach we're going to take is we're going to whitelist our local network so that they don't have to do the dual authentication. It's it's from somebody outside of our network, when they access our portal, they'll be required to do it.
Okay, so, and dual authentication, have you picked a methodology? Is it gonna be like to a phone, a mobile phone or something?
With the office portal, we think it's going to be to a mobile phone. That's what we tested. We had a test environment with our senior staff recently, and everybody seemed to like that. With mobile units, we haven't picked a methodology yet, but I've talked to them about it, and I don't think they want to go with the same mobile phone as the second authentication, so we'll probably pick a different method, either an RFID chip, their driver's license, something like that.
Because that's gonna be like a deputy sheriff in the field will have to.
Correct. It's any computer that is not in a secure location that accesses the criminal justice network that it's required for,
So
which entails our mobile units.
all of our email or exchange servers are hosted now by Microsoft, right? We
That's
don't
correct.
host any more, we're not locally hosting any exchange?
That's
servers?
correct.
So these statistics that you give us on this one slide about security stats, is that all basically from Microsoft's reporting?
It depends on which ones.
Well, email blocked, viruses blocked, malware detected, phishing emails.
Yes, those all come
Yep,
from
those all
Microsoft.
come from the Office 365
Yep.
management
protection.
console.
Yes. And we implemented something the previous year called Advanced Threat Protection. And a lot of those statistics come from that module.
So we're running ATP on the
On the office
on
portal.
the Office portal, okay. Where, can you give us a little, just a, not great detail, but can you give us a little bit more of where you are on the refreshing of the county website? And like, you said it's an upcoming project?
Yep.
Is that, what's on tap for the fiscal year?
Yep, that's on tap. There's no charge for that. It was part of our original contract with our vendor,
And remind me who the vendor is again?
Civic Plus.
Okay, that's right.
And we've already started on it. We've started having preliminary meetings. We've got a team together of 4 or 5 core people. Lisa's on that team, Paul's on that team. And we went through a lot of other websites that we liked that Civic Plus does around the country and around Virginia. And we're choosing some things we like from each and try to incorporate that into a refresh of our home website.
Gotcha, okay. So that's kind of an ongoing thing as we go through the year?
Yeah, it's going to really crank up in the fiscal in July and August.
Like
Yeah, we've
now?
already got another meeting scheduled for July 22nd, I believe, to kick off the project.
Gotcha. And so where are you on the DMS? You said, you've been, I mean, we've talked, since I've been on the board, I know it's been looking at SharePoint, looking at some other options.
Yep.
Where are you on DMS?
So we had a core team together with that as well, and the core team had recommended to the county administrator that we go with SharePoint, and we have a vendor for our Microsoft, Synergy Technical is the name of the vendor, and we are engaging them to help us build a document management site on the SharePoint portal, and we started on that. It's not finished yet. We're still going through some of the ins and outs and everything. And it'll go live with the county administration office and the county attorney first. And they're going to run it for a while before we expand on it.
So you're gonna move people off of OneDrive and
We're not planning to move anyone. We're just giving this as another option for them to do and to start using. And it'll have workflows built into it for document management and retention.
thank you.
Hey, thanks for that overview, really appreciate it. A lot of hard work there. Just this is more curiosity than anything else. You mentioned the 911 improvements and next gen and whatnot. Could you just update me or bring me current on if I call 911 from my cell phone, how they're able to identify where I am?
Currently, it's still going through the old system, the old routers. It's based off the cell tower location. And I don't know the ins and outs of how that will change wirelessly, but what will happen in next gen is it's all GIS and layer based, so it detects where your call is and what router it goes through. And then based on the where that router is on your map, it knows your location based on that. I still think they're still going to ask for an exact address from the user. That's not going to change, but.
Sure, yeah, just in the old days, you call from a landline, you know the address, you go right to the door and knock.
Yeah, currently it's all basically it's in a table format now is the way it works. So it's all based on caller ID, and it's a table lookup behind the scenes, and that'll change when the next gen comes on board and is live. It'll be based on the actual call origination and what route it went through. So that way, you know, if someone spoofed your caller ID, you couldn't be sent to the wrong place based on that table lookup. It instead would know where that router, what call that router originated from.
Okay, because I mean, the tower could be a mile or two away. Probably is, you know, a couple miles
with
away.
wireless, it's not an exact science, and if you turned off the GPS on your phone, you know,
Right.
it could be an issue.
Okay, so at that point, I mean, seconds matter. So I just was curious as to what advances have been made to try and be able to find where folks are that are calling in for help so that we can get help to them as soon as possible, so.
Yeah, and I apologize if I don't know the ins and outs of how the wireless works. But.
The sheriffs and 911 dispatchers may have more insight on that. We can check with them as well, so, but thank you for that.
Other questions, Randy? I know my phone knows exactly where I am at the moment and who's sitting next to me. Thank you, Randy, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is Ms. McGee going to tell us a little bit about our noise ordinance listening session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Podesky. Let me start with the context of this item. The county used to have a standard criminal noise ordinance, and after a 2009 Virginia Supreme Court opinion that was about a Virginia Beach ordinance, the ruling, though, from the Virginia Supreme Court essentially invalidated, made unconstitutional most of the noise ordinances in all the localities across the country, across the Commonwealth. And so the county then knew it needed to change its noise ordinance. There actually was a citizen noise committee that was formed back in the 2010-2011 timeframe, and they worked with your former county attorney, the esteemed Norman Sales, to work on a new noise ordinance for Goochland. I've read through the information. The committee was formed by some people who came to speak at a public hearing or presentation about noise. That ordinance that was then brought before the Board of Supervisors for public hearing and was not adopted by the board in the evening of the public hearing because there was significant opposition to it. I think over 20 citizens came and were opposed to additional regulation of noise. But what occurred at the end of that meeting was a statement that the issue would be revisited in the future. Earlier this year, the board began to hear from citizens who had noise complaints. Mr. Willis, who's present today, is one of them, and there have been some others. And so the county decided to hold a listening session for the citizens to find out sort of the current perspectives on noise regulation and noise in the county. That listening session was held on May 22nd at Central High School. We had about 75 citizens there, so it was well attended. A few of the board members were there as well. The citizens were able to speak into a microphone to share their concerns and perspectives for over an hour. Plus, there were some small group meetings with citizens. And many citizens also sent emails on noise, both before that session and afterwards. We did hand out a county email to make sure that people would be able to provide us their perspectives. There were definitely varied perspectives on both sides of the issue of regulating noise. There were those who believed that, you know, they have been anything from inconvenienced to aggravated to concerned about levels of noises that they had heard principally at their residences, whether that was from dogs barking, ATVs, late night shooting or shooting of weapons for hours at a time, fireworks from special event venues, music, some things that people were describing as what they called a nuisance level of noise. There were also a good number of people who spoke about Goochland country life, that the freedoms of large lots and not being all caught up next to your neighbors meant that you had the opportunity to ride your ATVs, to have some people over to shoot on your property without interference. They were interested in those rights being protected. They were concerned that a noise regulation could be weaponized by a neighbor trying to really hamper what you can do on your own property. And some folks are simply against noise regulation of any kind. There were many perspectives that were provided, and it was very good for us to be able to get that feedback from our citizens. There were a couple of issues that came up that I want to just peel off to the side for a minute and make sure you're aware. Some of the dog noise that was discussed should have been covered under the county's nuisance animal ordinance that you all adopted in 2014 and was worked on by citizen engagement, and so again with citizen committee. That already takes care of dog noise, and it has limits. And you have to have a dog making noise for 30 minutes during the day, or 60 minutes during the day, or 30 minutes at night, with a civil penalty. That was designed to balance the rights of the kennel owners and the hunting that exists in Goochland County with folks who thought that too much noise would be excessive or a nuisance. And then some of the gunfire was really being discussed as unsafe. Gunfire that was believed was too close to someone's residence and their person. There are county code and state code ordinances about things that where someone's recklessly handling a firearm or shooting towards an occupied dwelling and putting somebody in peril. There is also some additional state law authority that the county could adopt prohibiting gunfire within a certain distance of other people's occupied dwellings or outdoor shooting within half mile of subdivisions. But those would be completely separate from the noise ordinance. And then the fireworks that got mentioned, we already have some authority to regulate that. The event venues in the county do have to obtain fireworks permits. Now, that's designed generally towards the safety of those displays as opposed to what noise they make. But there is some additional authority to regulate fireworks permits. Again, those sort of are separate issues than what you would address through a noise ordinance. But I'm bringing you this today not only to advise you about what we heard from the citizens about the concerns, but to ask for direction from you on a path forward with what we've learned. First, I would say you've heard from your citizens. There is not a consensus about exactly what you should do. You have the option of saying, having heard from the citizens, we're not sure there's anything else we need to do. That certainly would be an option. The second option I would suggest is that you could say, let's bring forward a noise ordinance. Things should get decided by a public hearing here before this board. Let's do that and see where that comes out, what we hear from the citizens and what action we may take. The third option is the one that staff recommends. I speak certainly on behalf of Mr. Badesky and myself. Perhaps it is time to form a citizen committee, as there was done back in the early 2010 to 11 timeframe, with my office, to not only try and get information from the perspectives that were shared by the citizens, but for me to actually provide some information back about what we legally can and cannot regulate, to get information from other localities who've had noise ordinances in existence now, typically from about the 2010 timeframe, many localities adopted, to figure out what they've already learned about what works and doesn't work, to see if we can find some consensus around the varying perspectives, to perhaps then bring back before you something several months in the future about what we should be doing on regulating noise. It would be similar to that 2010-2011 committee, and one difference is that staff would want to be able to make sure that we select, this wasn't done last time, folks on both sides of that issue, both perspectives. I think one concern that we had in 2010 is the people who wanted the noise ordinance were the ones on the committee, so they brought something forward, and then folks who didn't want it regulated sort of came and shot it down. If you try and bring both those perspectives on the committee, I think there's a higher chance of maybe reaching something that folks can all agree to. I'm not going to guarantee you that's the outcome. I know Mr. Peterson wants us to have everything that come before you, make everyone happy. That's a high bar. But in any event, it would certainly be something that my office would be willing to dedicate time to work in the months to come with a citizen group and share information back and forth and see what we could come from that. And I didn't do a PowerPoint because then I'd have to jump down there and do stuff. But so that's my recommendation and thoughts. I'm just happy to take any questions or to provide any other information.
Thoughts?
What did you say the time frame you're thinking going forward? You may have just wrapped it up there, but January.
Well, to be fair, it is going to take some, what I'd like to see us do would take some significant effort because I think the sheriff's office needs to be involved, and the sheriff's office is in a transition. I mean, the sheriff's doing a great job right now, but he won't be in office in January. So I think for the longer term, you do want to take that into account to have the support of a sheriff that would be joining you in January. In addition, it's a heavy lift for my office with as few staff as we have, and the other tasks on our plate. So I am interested in doing it, but I would suggest to you that it wouldn't, while we'd be back to report, we wouldn't actually be back with some final product until early next year. And in part, as the board members know, I may well be out of the office for a good bit in July, so we're not going to be able to get back to you with committee members for a little bit. But I mean, slow and steady, but we would be on it. We would be working on it, but it would not. Right now, I can't place it at a priority unless there are other things that come off the office plate.
I think we had a lot of success with the nuisance animal ordinance because of the fact that we had proponents and opponents, and they came back with a really good resolution that I think has worked well for most citizens. So I would agree. I think that creating a kind of a mixed committee would be helpful. Would you want us to propose and appoint members, or?
I'm certainly happy. What I would suggest, and of course you attended the meeting, so you have a more sense of who's spoken and what. I would suggest perhaps staff could cull together some of that information and share it with you informally and get feedback, and then come back before you with that sort of more final list and make sure it suits you. But that would be my recommendation. Of course, I'd do it any way the board wishes.
That would be helpful. I mean, I know several citizens that are, on both sides of the issue, so, but it would be nice to kind of, if we have the comments and so on, it might help us.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, just so I understand, at this meeting, staff is looking for a general consensus around one of those three alternatives that's been presented as a way to move forward, and then if it is the third alternative, which is the form of the committee, then staff would come back with a recommendation on perhaps staffing and timing and participation and whatnot. Is that kind of where we are right now? Because if that's the case, I mean, since we don't have a general consensus yet, either among the citizens or this board, I'd be real hesitant to draft a zoning or an ordinance without the consensus. So I think we got to go to number 3 and try to develop more of a consensus before we begin to draft anything. That's just my take. So, Mr. Chair, thanks.
Well, Mr. Peterson, and I know you had to deal with the animal ordinance when we tried to push number of feet from property line and all of that, and that was not well received. And it worked out well in the end, so.
It did in the end. I think we ended up deferring our decision at least 3 or 4 times to get it right.
We did.
So we may have a similar process here, but it's more important to get it right than it is to pass something, so.
So, you think this good approach?
I like it. Doing nothing, I think, is probably the wrong answer at this point.
Again, it's just that you had, if the goal was only to hear if there was a consensus, you had met that goal, you'd listened, you have done nothing, the action, you ended the action you'd already taken, but yes, staff does recommend that you try and pull together from both sides and work on it.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I mean, we may go through this committee and end up with no recommendation. I mean, it's entirely possible. I don't think so, but, but I think we need to go through the process. So I'm in agreement with that.
Good. So we have, oh, go ahead.
No, just, Mr. Chair, I guess if you're looking for consensus, you've got 2 or 3 of us that weighed in already, if the others want to weigh in. But,
Sounds like we have a consensus to create a committee and give them some time to work out maybe a solution for us.
Yep, we'll do that. Appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Next, we have no appointments tonight, so at this point, before our dinner break, do we have a motion to go to a closed session?
Mr. Chair.
Ma-
Go ahead.
oh, You can do
Mr.
the
Chair, in
second.
accordance with the provisions of Virginia Code 2.2-3711 and 2.2-3712, I move that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors convene in closed meeting for the purpose of consulting with council regarding recent voter registration reassignments as permitted by Virginia Code 2.2-3711, Bow Legs A, Bow Legs 8.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
There's a roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, roll call.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
yes.
Ms. Lachelet?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. So after the closed session, we will come back in here to certify the closed session, and then we'll take our dinner break, and we'll see you again at 7 p.m.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Minnick, do you have a motion?
Yep. Mr. Chair, pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712, Bow Legs D, I move that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors hereby certify to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Freedom of Information Act, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Goochland County Board of Supervisors in the closed meeting.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Mr. Budeski, would you call the roll?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelet?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. All right, folks, nice seeing you. We're going to go grab a, hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. At this time, I'll call to order our 7 p.m. session, our public hearing session for the Board of Supervisors July 2nd meeting. Before I open the citizen comment period, we had a closed session to discuss an election boundary issue. We did not finish, so we're going to have another closed session at the end of this meeting this evening. That doesn't apply to all of you, but just so you know, and for the record. So we'll make a motion at the end of the meeting to go into closed session. So now, I would ask Ms. Hunter to start, oh no, sorry. Citizen comment period, I'm gonna go ahead and open the citizen comment. This is for items not on the agenda tonight, please. Please come up, give us your name and address, and try to limit your comments to about 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Baditsky. My name is Neil Spoonhauer. I live at 2986 Willow Trace Lane, Sandy Hook, Virginia. First off, I'd like to thank you for all that you do. You guys have had some difficult things in front of you, so hopefully this will be more of a softball. I'm a huge fan of our convenience centers, especially the one in the western part of the county. I head out that way, and it's about equidistant, but my dog and I used to take our trips out there. She used to love to ride in the car, and it was just a great experience. It's a great center. Even though I pay for to have my trash picked up by a private individual, I believe in recycling, so I take it out there. Recently, though, my dog had passed away, so I'm being a little bit more time sensitive, so I've been using the central one a little bit more. When I used to go to the one in the West End, there was always somebody there to greet you and help you out. and it's a great experience. I'd like to see if we can maybe bring a little of that to the central area. It's been a challenge since the redesign. I was in there a few days ago, and a couple things happened. There's not enough room to turn around when you're taking your recycling, so everybody backs up, and the first and third cars in the line were trying to get out. You can't make a swing, so you have to make a 3-point turn. So it got very congested. And then just recently, they've changed where the on the left side would be the recycling for your plastics and then the cardboard. Well, that suddenly has all changed now. It's all the one-size bins. And there were 3 of us there, and nobody really knew what to do. So I would just ask that maybe we could get a little bit better signage and maybe a little bit more communication and education around that, because the recycling is important to us, and I would love having the facility and ability to do that. So if you could maybe take that and revise that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brunauer. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Richard Willis. I live at 2740 Perkinsville Road, Maidens, Virginia. And as you well know by now, I'm a great proponent of this new noise ordinance that supposedly we'll be able to work out. At this point in time, also just here to tell you that I've done some more research, and at this meeting, I can say that we have 161 people, citizens of Goochland County, who have voiced their opinion of requesting a noise ordinance. I went by the sheriff's office, and on June 25th, I talked to those people there and have a copy. I have this copy and present it to some of you people. But I gave you an erroneous number of complaints for 8 to 2018. Actually, a better count is 844 versus 948. And I just wanted to clear the record on that. I also have spoken to other counties in the general area who have noise ordinances, and the tally now is 13. 13 in the immediate area of Goochland County. Hanover, Henrico, Chesterfield, Louisa, Fluvanna, Powhatan, Cumberland, Amherst, Nelson, Buckingham, Spotsylvania, Amelia, Caroline. And I'd like to take just a minute and read over an excerpt from the Caroline County noise ordinance, the very beginning of it. They say, it is found and declared that the making, creation, and maintenance of such excessive, unnecessary, unnatural, or unusually loud noises which are prolonged, unusual, and unnatural in their time, place, and use effects is a detriment to public health, comfort, convenience, safety, welfare, and the prosperity of the residents of Caroline County. Fact is, I have a copy of that ordinance right here. They really did a good job with it. And I spoke with the assistant to the county administrator, and they said Goochland County, if it was so desirous of doing it, could cut and paste, use the whole thing, etc. There's no reason that we can't have an ordinance. And I understand at the first meeting today, there's a proposal for a committee to study. I'd like to commend you for that, and thank you for that. And there certainly is a significant need, and we would like very much for y'all to follow up on it.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. If you'd give it to the clerk, she'll take care of making sure we get it.
My name is David Winchester. I live at 3376 North Road in Sandy Hook. I love Goochland County, and I'm fortunate enough to live and work here. Goochland is predominantly a rural county with farmland, James River, and forests for us to see and enjoy. A big part of these qualities is peace and quiet that is hard to experience in town. All these qualities led me to want to live in Goochland. Some people, including myself, are not fortunate enough to own a large piece of land, so we live in subdivisions. All it takes is one individual in these subdivisions to be inconsiderate and not know how to behave, and the whole rural experience is ruined. We Goochland residents deserve the right to peace and quiet, and that right needs to be protected with a noise ordinance. Thank you for listening to the public's opinion and our request for this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Winchester.
Good evening. My name is Julia Winke, and I live at 3053 Three Chop Road, Gump Spring, Virginia. And I have been there 73 years living at that residence. And to think that my voting right will be changed to another county, I'm not comfortable with that. And my family, grandparents, and all of our family have lived on the Hayden property, which was handed down to the kids, grandkids, and several more generations. And to think that our voting rights will be changed to Louisa, I think that's something that we really need to look at and consider. That is home, that is life, that is what our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents left to us. So I really think you should take, just not me, but other folks, when that's our roots. That's where we started from. And I think that should be taken in some consideration then for us to move and go across and vote in Louisa. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Michelle Matz, and I live at 4843 Foxlair Road, Gum Spring, Virginia also. And as you heard from another citizen in that area, citizens received a letter in April from Louisa County. I've already spoken with several of you on the board, but I also want to make everybody in the room aware of what's going on. The Goochland Electoral Board and the Louisa Electoral Board have together agreed to take Louisa voters and move them to Goochland along the no man's zone of the border. 200 and I want to say 27 voters in Goochland were moved to Louisa. 99, I believe, Louisa voters have been moved to Goochland. This is clearly taxation without representation. I have been on Channel 8 News and have already spoken to the public about this. I have a Channel 8 reporter who has told me that he's been assigned to this ongoing story. We, as the citizens, are begging and pleading for the Electoral Board of Goochland to please ask Louisa for your voters back. We were informed last night at a meeting that the Louisa Electoral Board has asked for their citizens back. And Goochland is giving them back. I realize that we're waiting for a response from Mark Hearing, but we are begging and pleading the Board of Supervisors to please intervene if possible, and please fight on our behalf and restore our voting rights back. I mean, I'm practically in tears about this. I had chosen to run for the school board in District 2, and I was not able to get my name on the ballot because of this issue, having my voting rights taken away. And so you can see that I'm in a tough position because we have a candidate running unopposed, and I have many people in the community are encouraging me. They really want me to run for school board, but I can't. So I'm begging and pleading for you to please intervene if possible. There's got to be a way that you can fight for our rights and restore our voting rights before this election day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matz.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Fred Jenkins. I live at 3040 Gathright Drive. I'm not really here to complain about anything, but in the May meeting, Mr. Alvarez asked a member of his planning department what the density of the mobile home park was, and he was told it was 4. Actually, the density is 1.77. In that park, there are 61 people. 3 of them are in the public school system. In the small park, the density is 1.99, and the people in school, out of 38 people, is 1. So out of a total of 68 homes, 4 people in the public schools. Also heard in the June meeting, which I didn't hear, that you inquired about whether or not the small park is on water or sewer. That's a park across from Parish Motor Company. It's been on water and sewer for over 10 years. I understood you were told by planning that it wasn't on it. But anyway, I'm just here to, set the record straight on it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Jenkins. I believe the number of 4 is, the number of 4 per acre is the approved number, what the ordinance allows, not necessarily that you have that many.
It's 4 people.
No, 4 homes per acre
Right.
is the number approved for the park,
Right.
not necessarily what's there now.
Well, that's what you're asking, the
Right.
density per acre, right?
Yes, but I asked for what is allowed, not necessarily what's there. But I agree with your numbers. I think those are the numbers that I had also received. 1.77 and 1.9 is what the density is now, but you're approved for a higher density.
Well, I believe in low density.
Okay. Thank you.
I just had to throw that in. And my hearing is so bad, I have to watch your lips to understand what you're saying.
And I have that Spanish accent, that's. Okay. Anybody else? Seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close the citizen comments. Ms. Hunter.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Burdesky, Joanne Hunter, Director of Community Development. First public hearing this evening is conditional use permit 2019-00007, filed by Patricia and Barry Hatchett. The request is for a second dwelling unit or an apartment above a garage. Property is 4.77 acres, and it's located at 565 Broad Street Road, on Broad Street, just west of the Centerville Village. The property is designated on the comprehensive plan for rural enhancement area. There is semi-public right next door. That is the West End Church of the Nazarene. The property has a split zoning. It's RR and A2. A few years ago, the Board of Supervisors did a comprehensive rezoning and designated much of the strip along Broad Street, the frontage, as RR. So this is the aerial of the property. You can see there's one driveway to the residence, and the existing garage, the arrow is pointing to it. They are proposing to renovate the upstairs of that garage, which you can see in the top left picture, into an apartment for their son. The other 2 pictures are the existing home, and you can see how the garage is positioned to the rear of the site. There was a community meeting on this request back in April. 2 neighbors attended. They both supported the request, and no concerns were identified. At the Planning Commission meeting in June, it was recommended approval with a 5-0 vote, and no one spoke at the public hearing. We are recommending 6 conditions. These are our standard conditions for accessory apartments or second dwelling units. The dwelling units may be on the property and be subject to the following conditions. Only persons related to a resident of the principal dwelling shall reside in the second dwelling unit. The rental unit, the second dwelling unit cannot be rented. They would have to have carbon monoxide monitors in the second dwelling unit. Emergency vehicle access shall be provided and maintained to the second dwelling unit, and our standard transfer of ownership condition. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Hunter?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. That's correct.
What's wrong with this microphone? Ms. Hunter, is there a time limit on this?
We do not do time limits
On
anymore
this
on the
because of
accessory
the-
apartment because they're
Thank you.
low impact.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Other questions? No questions? Would the applicant, is the applicant here? Yes. Would you like to add anything? Would you?
My son.
Would you come up to the microphone, please? It's so that it can be recorded.
Thank you for hearing me. I really don't have any prepared things. My son, when we were talking over our idea of what was going to happen to us and when was it going to be, that kind of thing kind of led to the discussion, and my son volunteered to take care of us in our elderly years. And we discussed the garage apartment. And we've proceeded from there as a means for us being able to live in our house and maintain it and still have supervision if we do need it.
Which way?
Any questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion, or if no discussion, I'll go ahead and open a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in support or opposed to this application, please step forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Minnick.
I move we approve the application filed by the Hatchets for a CUP for a second dwelling on their property.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Budeski, would you call the vote?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. You have your approval.
The next public hearing is also a conditional use permit. It's CU 2019-00008 for Kinloch Golf Club. The purpose for this conditional use permit is a short-term rental on hosted. Property is 269 acres. It's located in the eastern portion of the county off Tuckahoe Bridge Road, Tuckahoe Creek, sorry.
What do you have on your
I have
mind?
something on my brain, yes. That's coming up later.
Fast forward.
The property is designated recreation open space. Where they're proposing to locate it is where the clubhouse is for the golf course. You can see there's also prime economic development to the east. The property is zoned RPUD, well, both the golf course and the subdivision is zoned RPUD. You can see the Mosaic H.H. Hunt RPUD directly to the east, and further to the east, the purple is prime economic development, zoned M1. Here's the golf course, and you can see where the homes are located, and the circle tries to show you where the clubhouse is located. So the property is located within the TCSD. They are proposing 2 buildings housing 18 guest suites for transient lodging for out-of-town members. Phase 1 would be 1 building that would have 9 suites located within it. They plan to begin construction on that as soon as the POD and the CUP was approved. They have no schedule for the Phase 2, but they were getting the approval so they only had to go through the process once. The suites sizes would be independent living units. They would range between 524 square feet and 842 square feet. They would not be open to the public. They would be for members of the Kinloch Golf Club only. And Kinloch did indicate that they have 450 members and approximately 200 reside from out of town. So they often have people from across the country who come to Kinloch, and this would allow them to spend the night to golf. So if you're familiar with the Kinloch Golf Club, the area where you come in now, where the valet circle is, the existing clubhouse is located to the right on the screen. Phase 1 is the building that's going to have the first 9 units. And then sort of wrapping around to the left of the valet area would be Phase 2, which could potentially come at a much later date. This is the elevations of the guest suites.
You can see it's a Tudor style, very similar to the existing clubhouse, which would match it. And then this would be the view from the from the golf course side. So just to remind everybody what the short-term rental on hosted is, it's a dwelling where a portion of or the entire dwelling is used for sleeping or lodging for transient renters, and it's rented for less than 30 consecutive days. And they indicated these are typically overnight or weekend type rentals. A community meeting was held on May 1st. Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Peterson attended the meeting. Planning Commissioner Mr. Patuk also attended, and 7 residents. There were questions regarding the access and the use. However, there was no significant opposition. At the Planning Commission, that was recommended for approval with a 5-0 vote, and no one spoke at the public hearing. We are recommending conditions that are similar to our other short-term rentals. The first one is the use. They would need to do a plan of development. Lighting plan shall be obtained prior to them installing any exterior lighting. There'd be no outdoor music amplified or acoustic after 11 p.m. They could not advertise or operate the short-term rental to the general public. Again, it's strictly for members. And then our standard transfer condition. Have any questions?
Questions for Ms. Hunter?
I had one quick one. From a tax standpoint, will this be taxed like a residence Airbnb or a hotel or companion use for the golf club? Do we have any?
I know we tax the apartments as commercial. I can certainly get you an answer to the question, maybe not by the time this public hearing's over, but.
I don't think.
The applicant may have the answer, but we'll get him up in a minute.
And of course, part of the reason for the question, but it's not germane, I don't believe in this case, is that the 55-45 sharing, residential versus commercial. But I believe the residents in Kinloch is treated differently than other residents, so it may not come into play here.
It doesn't apply to
Correct.
Doesn't apply,
golf club.
but yeah. But that was part of the genesis for the question, to make sure that we know. But anyway, thank you, that was my only question.
Any other questions for Ms. Hunter?
I don't.
No.
Thank you.
Would the applicant like to speak?
Good evening, thank you. My name's Jonathan Ireland. I'm the general manager at Kinloch Golf Club. First, let me say thank you for your time this evening, and thank you, Ms. Hunter, for your time. You and your staff have been a true pleasure to work with. We are very proud to be a part of the Goochland community and appreciate your time in reviewing our request. We do have overnight accommodations on club property at this time. They are a tremendously positive part of our amenity package. Our members come and stay overnight as they play golf, traveling from afar, and it is taxed commercial throughout the property at this point.
Okay, great, thank you for that.
Yes.
Questions for the applicant?
No. Pretty straightforward.
Anything else you want to add?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in support or in opposition to this project, please step forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any discussion, questions?
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion. The board approve the application filed by Kinloch Golf Club requesting a CUP for unhosted and short-term rental as indicated in our packet.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Budeski, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
All right. There you go, Mr. Hunter.
Moving right along. Another conditional use permit. This is one filed by Capital One Bank for CU 2019-00009. This is for a structured parking facility with a maximum height of 80 feet that's located within 500 feet of a residentially zoned property. Property is located directly across the street, a little bit to the east of where we were at Kinloch Golf Course, also in the eastern portion of the county. The property is designated on the comprehensive plan for prime economic development area, and the property is zoned M1. The M1 zoning allows structures to be up to 60 feet in height by right. You can go up to 80 feet if you meet certain requirements, such as having a sprinkler system and things like that. However, if you're within 500 feet of a residentially zoned property, you have to get a CUP for those height between 60 and 80. Because the RPUD zoning occurred about a year ago for the Mosaic, this did kick in the CUP requirement for the extra additional height. Capital One currently, this is their campus here. They currently have 4 existing parking decks that are almost exactly like this one that's being proposed. You can see the circle area. There's 2 surface parking lots. That is where the proposed parking structure is located. This is a picture of it. The height of the structure is 79.8 feet, so it's just under the 80 feet, which is the max. The distance from the western property line to the parking deck, the western property line is the Mosaic H.H. Hunt project. It ranges between 246 to over 400 feet. Significant amount of large trees will remain between the parking deck and the future houses that are proposed in Mosaic subdivision. And again, like I said, the highest point is 79.8. Tried to show you in relation to the H.H. Hunt project of where it's located. So generally, the circle area is where the tech would be located. We popped in the Mosaic tentative plats. You can see, if you look at the rear of the screen, there is a creek and wetlands through here, which they would not be developing on the H.H. Hunt property. And then there's about between 200 and 400 feet from the property line for the Capital One. So there's a good distance between that and the residential uses. The green line is the property line, and this is showing the deck. So the closest part here is 246 feet, and then it goes up to 402 feet, I believe that is. And you can see in this where the low creek area is, and all the trees here would remain. The applicant hosted a community meeting on May 29th. Planning Commissioners Myers and Duke were at the meeting, and 2 citizens attended. There were questions regarding the height, the distance from the proposed Mosaic subdivision, and lighting. However, there was no opposition. This was just heard at the Planning Commission meeting just last week. We were able to expedite this request. We typically cannot do that because the Planning Commission typically falls after the board. Because they have 4 existing parking decks, they thought they could just build it like they did last time, so finding out that they had to get a cut was a surprise to them. So fortunately, we were able to expedite it and keep them on the same schedule. This was recommended with approval at a 4-0 vote. 1 member of the Planning Commission was absent, and no one spoke at the public hearing. We only have 1 condition, and that the property would be developed in substantially compliance with the elevations that were shown as part of the presentation. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Hunter?
Not at this point.
No questions? Is the applicant here? Would you? Any questions for the applicant? Ms. Lascolet.
Mr. Chairman, the only question I have is lighting. It's saying this is substantially similar to.
You come up and if you'd state your name and.
Yeah,
Yes, my name's Cliff White, representing Capital One this evening.
okay. Good evening, sir. So this application says it's substantially the same as the other parking decks. So is it lighted at night, and what's the lighting situation?
Yes, it's lit, similar to the other decks. There'll be lighting at each level as well as pole lighting on the top level. We've kept the pole lighting interior to the center of the deck versus on the perimeter to minimize the impact.
Right.
The deck won't be in use typically in the evenings. It's mostly an 8 to 5 operation, although the campus is open to associates whenever they want to come in there. So we keep the decks lit at night.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate
welcome.
that.
Thank you. Thank
Any
you.
other questions?
Any other questions? No? Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this application, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. These are quick public hearings. Any additional discussions or questions?
No, Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move we approve the application filed by Capital One requesting a CUP to allow for an additional parking deck on their tax map identification as indicated in our packet.
Second?
We have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Budeski?
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. Thank you. You have your approval. Miss.
This is Bridgewater.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Podesky. Debbie Bird with Assistant Director of Community Development. This public hearing is to speak to the creation of a road service district for the Bridgewater subdivision. Again, this hearing is to consider the creation of the district. Depending on if the board approves the creation of the district, then there will be some additional items following for consideration. Those you'll see listed there, and we'll go into them later. To give a little background on this project, Bridgewater was a 31-lot subdivision that was approved back in 2006, and the developer was Copperstone LLC. As part of that rezoning application, the roads in the subdivision were proffered to be built to state road standards. Again, as part of the rezoning in December of 2006, they offered a letter of credit for the construction of the roads for $178,135, and it had a 5-year term on it. And in approximately 2010, the initial developer, Copperstone, went out of business. And at that time, the roads were not complete, and as such, they could not be accepted into the state system for maintenance. Around 2010, when they went out of business, we started working with Essex Bank, who was the holder of the letter of credit, to see about resolving the road issues and see if we could get them completed. We worked with them till around 2017, and at that time, Essex Bank then came back and asserted that the 2006 letter of credit had expired and they would no longer honor it. In 2018, we held 2 community meetings with the neighborhood to try and resolve the issue with the roads and talk over some options and see what could be done to move this project forward. Earlier this year, we became aware of a VDOT project to resurface a portion of Broad Street which fronts this subdivision, and saw this as an opportunity to maybe get them to do some of the work associated with the turn lanes and the other improvements that were needed in Broad Street Road. VDOT agreed to add that to their contract, and as long as the county would pay for those additional improvements, so that at that time the board appropriated $50,000 towards that work, and that work has since been completed. The board also came back and approved $164,200 to be assigned to be put towards the remaining road improvements within that subdivision. So between these 2 appropriations, the board's so far made a total commitment to this project of $214,000 and $200. In April of this year, March and April, we put together, working with VDOT, a bid package and put a bid out on the streets to get a true estimate of what it would cost to complete these improvements, to see that whether or not the money we had appropriated would be sufficient or not. In May of 2019, we then took the results of what we got from that bid project and went back to the neighborhood for a third community meeting and shared the results of that bid with them. It was not enough to complete the project based on the funding that we had allocated, and the board shared with them that we were proposing to create a road service district in which the residents would share in the remaining cost above what the county had allocated to get these roads completed. At the end of that meeting, they were given a survey to please fill out to give us some feedback on whether or not they supported this creation of a road district. And as you can see there, the majority of the citizens did support it. We had several no responses, and then there were several citizens that were not in support of the creation of the district. One of the conditions of the county's funding for this was that we reach a settlement agreement with Essex Bank over the letter of credit dispute, and that has since been, we have agreed upon an agreement with Essex, and again, that's something for you to consider later tonight if you approve the creation of the district. So on June 4th, the board authorized this public hearing to consider the creation of the road service district. To go through the numbers a little bit to see where we are and how we've come down with the numbers we're using for the creation of the district. As far as the project cost, again, we've spent $50,000 already for the turn lane improvements. The construction bid came in at $234,202. Associated with the award of that contract, there's a $12,000 project management fee that we would be paying people to do the inspections and such that we need to make sure that it's in compliance with the VDOT specifications and in compliance with our plans. Part of that, we're also including a 10% contingency so that if there are some unknowns that come across when they out there and actually do the construction, so this contingency adds another $23,420. So the total project cost associated with getting these roads is estimated to be $319,622. So what does that mean to the citizens? Of this $319,622, the county has already agreed to pay the $50,000 for the Broad Street work. The board has also allocated the $164,200 for additional funding for the roads, which leaves a balance of $105,422 that we would be looking for the property owners to fund for the remaining work. Hence, the suggestion of creation of the road service district. Sort of seeing how we've recommended laying this district out, the county is recommending that the district be set up with a 10-year payback schedule. We discussed with the citizens both a 7-year option and a 10-year option, and it seemed the majority of the residents, based on their feedback, were in agreement with the 10-year payback option. The district will expire upon the repayment of the funds for this district, and the terms laid out in the road service district can only be modified with further action by the board, and hence public hearings and such that go along with that action. The cost that the way we allocated these costs throughout the district to the different properties was done based on the land values of each property. And it was set up so on a basis of not to exceed cost when we looked at these costs. So with the $105,422 that we're talking about, there's basically two lot sizes or two different valuations of lots in this subdivision. So when you look at the average annual payment for those lots over the 10-year term, it comes up to about a $297 annual payment for the smaller lots and the $347 annual payment for the larger lots. Now that is excluding the 54-acre parcel that's still owned by Essex Bank. That's based on the same rate structure, will have its own payment, but this is what affects the typical resident in the subdivision. So when we look at the district, the tax rate would be set up to cover the full estimated cost of the project and contingencies costs. So it's not just, it would cover all the construction costs that we're talking about. But again, once the project is completed, meaning that the cost that we've given so far, the $234 expected bid price for the project, and then the contingencies and all that. If the project gets completed and we don't need to use those contingencies or go into that money, or there, for some reason, there's other cost savings that come about, this tax rate could actually go down. But again, we've tried to give the worst-case scenario, and that's what's been presented in the district that's being proposed tonight. And the benefit to the citizens for this is, since we're fronting the money up front, all we're doing is reimbursing ourselves for the cost of that up front. It basically results in a 0% loan for the citizens for this money to get the roads done now and not later. The way that would be repaid is the assessment would be assessed to the residents starting January 1st of 2020. So therefore, it'll be billed with the taxes. So when you get your tax bill twice a year, half of that payment would be on each bill. And there's also an option that if the citizen wants to prepay it up front, he can do that. I will say, though, that if anyone elects to take the prepayment option, if there are times during the repayment where, based on the value of land going up or other things that happen that may affect the payment and lowering, those people that have prepaid would not be eligible for that reduction. So it's just something to consider if they decide to prepay. That being said, with the payment being assessed January 1st, the first actual payment will not be due until they get their June 2020 tax bill, because that's the way they bill, and that's when the first payment would become due. That concludes the presentation on the public hearing, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Byrd this time?
Not at this point.
No? Okay, I'll go ahead and.
Mr. Chairman, it might just be worth clarifying before you open the public hearing. There are three actions that you'd be, if you actually would have, if the consideration is to approve the service district, just so the residents understand, the first one is authorizing me to sign and execute the agreement with Essex Bank. We would then be awarding this contract, appropriating the funds and then awarding the contract. We anticipate that this work would be done within the next several months, weather dependent. And so when Ms. Byrd mentioned about we'd come back and look at the tax rate again, we would do that potentially as soon as this fall and reset the tax rate to a lower number based on actual costs if it came in under. And so I think it's important to understand what the full picture is, not just the district, but also the timelines on the work required to get the roads completed and adopted.
So this first hearing is really about adopting the ordinance to create the road service district for Bridgewater.
Correct.
The others will come after.
Yes, sir.
So
If you decide not to adopt the district, we would
Right.
not be taking action on the remaining.
All right, thank you, Ms. Byrd. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this case, whether for or against creating this service district for the Bridgewater subdivision, please come forward and try to limit your comments to about 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Alvarez, everyone else. Evan Weiner, 1702 Bridgewater Court. You know, most of y'all up there don't know that I've been talking to Debbie and Anita Barnes about these roads for 8 years now. So this is, you know, long time coming. I personally realized that the board, you know, no one had any ill intent when this happened, you know, at the county. It's an unfortunate situation. What the board, you know, what's proposed right now, I believe is a very, very fair compromise that, you know, with the county helping with both some funding and financing. Let's see what else. That's the gist of it. But really appreciate y'all's consideration of this. It's, you know, I don't think anybody bought, especially back when we bought, you know, bought a lot in the neighborhood, expecting to be paying to complete roads or, you know, plowing them for all these years now. it'd be nice to get this done, over with, and, you know, I don't think anybody wants to pay a bunch of money, but I don't think anyone has any better solution short of having Ms. McGee sue us all to enforce the proffers, which is not any better. So thank you all for your consideration, and appreciate y'all's support for this.
Thank you, Mr. Weiner. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Barry Schweitzer. I'm joined here this evening by my wife, Mary Jo. Earlier today, we provided written commentary. I don't know if that reached everyone on the board, but so since you have that written commentary, I won't reiterate all of that. I'm sure, you know, you can read that on your own. But just wanted to voice our support for the road district. We're new homeowners there. We're in the process of building a home at 2431 Gammas Creek Drive. When we signed the contract on the lot at the end of last year, we weren't aware of the road situation, so it came as a bit of a surprise to us. We've been working on educating ourselves on the situation, and it's, as many have said, it's not an ideal situation, but this seems to be the best path forward to resolve a bad situation. I can understand some of the owners being opposed and not wanting to incur extra cost burden, but I would suggest to you that they're not really avoiding costs by opposing this. They're just deferring it to a later date. The roads are not going to maintain themselves. At some point, there will become a time when the homeowners there are forced to do something to maintain those roads, whether that's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now. That cost will come due at some point. And we've seen the struggle that exists right now with the help of the county trying to bring this together. There's still a divide among the residents there. And I think it'll be even harder to bridge that divide without the assistance of the county if the residents are to be forced to do that on their own at some point in the future. So, you know, this really seems to be an opportunity to resolve it. And, you know, my last comment will be just related to something that was in our written commentary, and that's that we think the matter goes beyond just the financial side of it. We think there's a public safety aspect side of it. We have young children that are in elementary school. We're concerned about school bus access and other issues. There is on Route 250 to the west of Broad Street, there's a considerable hill there that limits visibility to traffic, especially traffic that's traveling east on 250. Cars seem to emerge over the hill rather rapidly, and for that reason, we think it's vital that we address this, just for the sake of our kids' safety. Appreciate your attention and time.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. Anyone else? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Any further discussion on this?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the proposed ordinance to create a road service district for the Bridgewater subdivision.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Budeski, would you?
Ms. Lachlet?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
Okay, so the additional action items to be considered, as Mr. Budeski said, is authorizing him to execute an agreement with Essex Bank. There's also the need to appropriate funds for the construction project. It would be $269,622, which would cover the bid cost, the contingencies, and the project management cost. And there's also authorizing the county administrator to execute a construction contract with Blakemore Construction, $234,202 to do the work. These could be considered with one motion if that's your choice. The Essex Bank agreement, one of the terms of that is that we are looking for a sales price of $80,000 or more, and that no price lower than this can be considered without a discussion occurring between the county administrator and Essex Bank. Whatever the sale price is, the county is to receive 50% of the net proceeds from the sale of that parcel. As far as the fund appropriation, This is the breakdown of the 269,622. You can see it's the construction bid, the project management, and the contingency. The construction contract, again, went out to bid in March. The bids were received in April. There were two bidders, Blakemore and Gator. Blakemore was the low bid. We then negotiated with them to reduce the cost an additional $5,000, then resulting in the bid we're asking you to award of $234,202. So again, this is the motions to approve would consider these three items. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Questions for Ms. Byrd?
And this may be for the county attorney as well, but the settlement agreement is the last form, the last form that we met with Essex Bank on.
Yes, the discussion we had was about, and I circulated it after they submitted it, and it contained the negotiation that we agreed to.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Byrd at this
Not
time?
at this point, no.
This is not a public hearing item, Mr. Chairman. These normally would have been on your consent agenda. They were moved down here so that they could follow the adoption of the service district because they are somewhat dependent upon that. So after Ms. Byrd's presentation, that would be appropriate for the board to take action.
Any further discussion? Or
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we authorize the county administrator to execute the settlement agreement with Essex Bank and further authorize the county administrator to execute the construction agreement with Blakemore Construction Corporation for the 234-201-25 for the road and drainage improvements in the Bridgewater subdivision. And finally, that we appropriate funds of up to $269,622 for this road improvement construction project.
Second.
we have a motion, we have a second. Mr. Bodesky, would you call a roll vote?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
We take
Thank you all for your patience and for working with our folks to get this resolved.
Is that it? We got some more.
What's that?
Is that it? We done?
I think we're done.
We got some more?
We can go home.
We got the furnace one?
I had somebody ask me for that.
Oh, jeez.
You guys ready for Ms. Hunter?
Okay. The last public hearing, no, it's not the last public hearing. The last, one of my public hearing is the Tuckahoe Bridge rezoning case, RZ 2018-00010. This case was deferred from the June Board of Supervisors meeting. It's a rezoning of 98.825 acres, going from existing A2 and R1 to RPUD. When it was before the Board of Supervisors last month, it was for a 123 lot subdivision. Significant changes have been made to the application, and the proposal is now for 98 lots. We've had a community meeting yesterday. We want to thank the applicant for agreeing to have a community meeting on short notice, and so that we could get some information out to the citizens before this came back. And based on feedback we got at that meeting and some of the emails and letters that we've been getting, it seems like there was some general misunderstanding and fears of what conditional zoning is, how proffers run with the land, do they not run with the land, how they can be changed. So before I get into the case, I just kind of want to do a high level, talk about proffers and conditional zoning. So the purpose of a conditional zoning is it's to provide flexibility and adaptable method of zoning. So a proffered zoning case permits differing land uses to occur in a community with consideration given to impacts or mitigation strategies. So if somebody wants to rezone something and there's concerns about, you know, something being visually unappealing or something through proffers, an applicant can proffer a buffer or different things like that. So the proffer is something that the applicant voluntarily gives, and then once it's accepted by the governing body, it becomes the part of the zoning regulations and the requirements for that property, and that's a permanent requirement. So proffers can only impose additional requirements or restrictions that cannot provide any relief from any requirements. So in effect, it creates its own zoning district. So every property that has proffers on it, it's its own unique zoning district. It's not just B1 or B2, it's B2 with proffers, and you have to go specifically to those proffers to see what the standards are for that case. So anybody who tries to develop on that property, they have to meet first all the conditions of the proffers. They also have to meet all the requirements of the underlying zoning, and then they also have to meet any other applicable zoning or subdivision requirements. As I said, they run with the land and they're legally binding. And once the proffers are accepted by the Board of Supervisors, they become ordinance or law. The only way you can change a proffer is through a rezoning request. It's actually called a proffer amendment, but it's the same process as a rezoning. They would have to go through a community meeting, a public hearing before the Planning Commission, a public hearing before the Board of Supervisors. So it's the same process for a proffer amendment as it is for a rezoning. So back to the Tuckahoe Bridge case. It's, as I had indicated earlier, it's 98 acres. The property is located between Mannequin and Rockville Roads. This is the zoning of the property. 3 parcels are currently zoned A2. There is a small portion of the property that's zoned R1. You can see that that's on the Rockville side. And the comprehensive plan designates this property single-family residential, medium density. I'll go into that in a little more detail in a later slide, but I do want to point out, but directly across the street on the Rockville side, the property is designated prime economic development. As I said, this was deferred from the June 4th meeting. We had extensive public comment. I think it was close to about 4 hours of public comment on this case. The applicant listened to that comment, and they have made modifications to their request based on those comments. So I want to review the changes that the applicant is proposing. As I stated in the very beginning, they reduced the proffered number of lots from 123 to 98. This reduced the density of the project. It was previously 1.25. With the 98 lots, it's now a density of 1 unit per acre. That is consistent with the comprehensive plan. There was also concern that in the RPUD district, you can do other uses, you can do townhouses, you can do multifamily. So they made some clarification that only single-family dwellings would be built on the project. That's a written proffer, and they also have a proffered conceptual plan, which shows the individual lots. So there's double protection on that. There was lots of conversation about the road connection between Rockville and Mannequin. They have removed the road connection, so now it's 2 separate subdivisions. 49 lots would have access on Rockville Road, and 49 lots would have access on Mannequin Road. And they're talking about a possible pedestrian connection between the two. So this is the new proposed layout. You can see many of the standards are still there. That was when it was 123 lots. You can still see the buffers along both Rockville and Mannequin. There was concern about this portion of the property because this area is designated for rural enhancement area. So they did leave a large buffer area there to provide some transition. You have the green space in the center, and then they've also kept some of the little pocket parks as part of the project. Additional changes that have been made to the application is they did reduce the minimum lot width from 85 feet to 75 feet. They have not made any changes to the minimum lot size. So the minimum lot size, when it was 123 lots, is the same of what it is for 98 lots. That's 15,000 square feet, or 0.34 acres per acre. They did remove the sidewalks along Rockville Road. There was some concern that people did not think those were appropriate. They removed the sidewalk west of the entrance on Mannequin Road. However, they did keep a sidewalk on Mannequin Road that would head towards the golf course and towards the core of the commercial village, which is important for our pedestrian connectivity within the village. And they've also proffered that future stub roads will have signage that would provide continued awareness of connectivity for future potential homeowners. And the proffers that are remaining untouched with their change is they're still proffering right and left turn lanes on both Mannequin and Rockville roads, 45 feet of road dedication for both of those roads, 100-foot buffer along Rockville and Mannequin, proffering buffers along the streams, entrance signage. All the lots would be served by public water and sewer. Quality proffers such as sidewalks, sod and irrigated yards, street trees, and quality building materials. And they have proffered the cash proffer of $12,586 per unit or per lot. After the meeting, I went through all the comments, and it seemed to fit in these 5 different categories. The concerns were consistency with the comprehensive plan, the density, the road connection, the RPUD zoning versus R3 or R1, traffic, and impact on county services. So I'm just going to hit each one of these based on the new application or the revised application. So the first concern was consistency with the comprehensive plan and the density. So the property, you can see, is highlighted in the oval area there. This property sort of got the double whammy. They have their zone, they're not zoned, I'm sorry, the land use plans calls for single family residential medium density, and then they also had a road connection that was shown on their property. When we did the comprehensive plan, we looked at where we believe connecting roads were important, and you can see we added a number of connecting roads in the Centerville area. They're shown in the blue and the gold, and we had always anticipated that those would be built by development. The single-family residential medium density is the comp plan designation. What that designation says in the comp plan is that single-family residential uses with an average lot size of 1 acre. This classification generally corresponds to the R1 and the R3 zoning districts. The revised application has a density of 1 unit per acre, and we would consider it consistent with the comprehensive plan. The property is also in the TCSD and would be served by public utilities. The areas in purple are what are in the TCSD, and you can see with the red circle highlights this property. With the consistency with the comprehensive plan, Centerville Village is part of our designated growth area. This is where we want to direct growth in the county. This is where our public utilities are. As I indicated, it's in the TCSD. We do talk about the red area being the core of Centerville Village and having higher density adjacent to that and lower density as you do move out to the outer edges of the village. I do think with the revisions to the application, they are meeting that goal of the comprehensive plan. You can see adjacent to the core, we have Park at Saddle Creek, Park at Centerville, and Reader's Branch, and they all range between 1.9 and 2.13 in density. This one, it's out on towards the edge of the village. This is now a 1 unit per acre, so it does give us the transition that is proposed in the comprehensive plan. So the next outstanding concern was the road connection. There's the road, as I already previously discussed. The comprehensive plan proposed this road as a way to distribute traffic in this area. The road was included in our arterial management plan. When we did our first 25-year CIP last year, this project was in that CIP. We had estimated the cost of the road was about $5.6 million. When we redid the CIP this year, based on the revised MTP, we did eliminate a number of road projects based on the MTP, and then we also eliminated any road project that we felt would be built by developers, and we would not be spending county funds. So it is not in the current CIP, but it was in last year's. The proposal to remove the road is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. I think I had mentioned last month is that they were sort of caught between, they could either be consistent with the density or be consistent with the road. They are now consistent with the density and not the road, but I think overwhelmingly that's what we heard from the citizens, that they prefer consistency with the density and not the road connection. So again, that's showing you that there's no road connection. The next concern was the RPUD zoning versus either the R1 or the R3. So I did want to show you, this shows you, the first column is the lot size, lot width, the description. Across the top you have the R1, the R3, the RPUD, and then this project, the RPUD with proffers. And remember, I say it's sort of when somebody has a conditional zoning, it creates its own district. So this is not just an RPUD district. I think there's a concern that if there's RPUD on the map, that means everything around it goes RPUD. This is not just an RPUD zoning. This is a conditional zoning. So it's a special zoning. It's its own zoning district. And you can see if you compare it to the RPUD, it's very different than a typical RPUD development. So you can see the minimum lot sizes in R1 is 24,000 square feet. R3 is 20,000. In the RPUD district, there's no minimum lot size, and in fact, you know, some of our districts, such as Mosaic, has lot sizes as small as 5,000 square feet, and they are proffering a 15,000 square feet, and then they're also proffering a 75-foot wide lot, which is comparable with the R3 district. The R1 and the R3 requires a 20% open space. RPUD is a minimum open space of 30%. This project actually is slightly more than 40% open space. There's no perimeter buffer requirements in R1 and R3. They are proposing that with this RPUD district, and then they also have to have a landscape plan and a HOA with the RPUD district. The next outstanding concerns were traffic. I talked about this a lot last month. So this is based on build out. It's not just the traffic from this project. It includes traffic from Mannequin Town, the out parcel on Mannequin, the property behind Satterwhite's, and land investment. So basically all four corners of the Mannequin and Broad. When we look at traffic studies, we look at not only what is being proposed with the project, but what's going to be anticipated with development around it. It looked at 44 traffic movements in the area, and 4 of the movements did look at a reduced level of service. When I had this information, this was based on 157 lots, which was the original proposal for this project. The applicant did do a little more digging on this, and they did rerun the numbers based on 98 lots. And they show for those 4 intersections that have a decrease in level of service, they show you how many vehicles that would be generated from their project and the percentage of the total intersection traffic. And you can see it ranges between 1.6 and 3.29. So traffic is going to be bad in the area, but it's not necessarily because of this project. The applicant has addressed traffic in several different ways. They are still providing a right and left turn lane at both Mannequin and Rockville, 45 feet of right-of-way dedication for both of these roads. They're doing the full cash proffer, which would generate about $424,000 for the county for traffic improvements or transportation improvements. And they would have intersection warning signs at their entrances, which was recommended as part of their TIA. The last outstanding concern was the impact on county services such as schools and fire. Just want to remind you that this was filed under the 2016 proffer law. Based on that law, we cannot look at any off-site proffer improvements. However, they have offered the full cash proffer based on our capital impact model. That's $12,586 per lot, or an overall cash proffer for the 98 lots of $1.2 million. There has probably been, I don't know, 8 or 10 community meetings on this project. So I'm just going to let you know that, as I said earlier, the applicant was willing to have one yesterday. Very short notice. Mr. Alvarez and Mrs. Lascalette attended. We also had 6 citizens there. The applicant was able to review their changes. I think there was general support for the reduction in lots and the removal of the connector road. However, there were still concerns with the RPUD versus the R1 zoning. I've talked a lot about the proffers already, but I just want to reiterate, if the board accepts these and approves this tonight, these would become legally binding on the property. It creates its own special zoning district, RPUD, with proffers. The proffers are the conceptual development plan is proffered, traffic improvements that I've already gone over, buffers along Rockville and Mannequin Road, 100 feet, 100-foot buffer along the perennial streams, and 50-foot buffer along intermittent streams. They've proffered the entrance feature and signage, lighting. The maximum number of lots, number 7, is important. This is 98 single-family detached dwelling units. They would be 75 feet wide. Number 8, public water and sewer with a minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet. They made some revisions to the sidewalks along Rockville and Mannequin. However, they are providing the sidewalk where we think it would be most useful. Open space would be maintained by the HOA, sod and irrigation, street trees, quality building materials. Stub roads have been provided for, which is something staff always asks for connectivity. It's also a VDOT requirement. The cash proffer, they also would provide access to the cemetery, and that is the last proffer. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Hunter? Ms. Lascalette?
All right, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Hunter. This has been quite a trip, right? Back on the slide where you were talking about the different zoning classifications, I've asked this before, just want to be sure I've got this right. So R3 and R1 don't require the same buffers, HOA, and that kind of thing as the RPUD.
Correct.
Just pick one on R3. If you were to zone this as R3, it requires a 20% open space. This application is suggesting more than 40%. That 20% is a minimum. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you could do R3 and still do 40%.
Yes, you could.
You can also do the better landscape plan, HOA, all those things.
Yeah. Everything in our zoning ordinance is creating a minimum standard.
Right.
Anybody who wants to go above and beyond, we have no issue with that.
Right. Okay, so that's one point. The second thing is on the map, so this project, this application, the zoning around it, what's below it, is that, or, well, I guess, is it west or south of it is the golf course?
Are you asking for the zoning or the land use designation?
Let's talk about zoning first.
Okay, let me go to that map. So here it is. Most of the properties are zoned A2. Portion of this is R1. You can see the little lollipop here is zone B1. That's a portion of the Mannequin Town property. And then this is Sycamore Creek subdivision, I believe the name of that is R1 as well.
Right. So the property directly south of this application is,
You speaking here?
yes,
Yeah, that's the golf course.
That's the golf,
Yeah,
exactly,
let me
that's the
show
golf
you on
course.
that one. Yeah, so you can see that's the golf course here.
Right. And then below that would be the proposed M-PUD,
The Mannequin Town, yes, ma'am.
correct, right.
You can see this is not included in the MPUD application, but I think that's about as far as I pulled out as I could get. But yes, this is where the proposed Mannequin Town application is at Mannequin and Broad.
Correct, right. And where is the boundary of the Tuckahoe Creek Service District in relation to this project?
So the area, the parcels in purple are in the TCSD.
Right.
So you can see it's highlighted here. Let me show you on a map, which it might be a little easier to read. This property is in the TCSD. This is the subject property. This property is not. So this is the village boundary. And then you can see the white areas, which is designated rural enhancement area. Those are not in the TCSD.
So the property, is that north of it,
Yes.
basically? Is in Tuckahoe Creek Service District,
Yes.
but it's not in the village.
It is in the village.
It is also in the
Yes.
village.
The village, anything with a color designation is in the village. The white is the rural enhancement area.
Okay. So the property north of it is currently zoned
It's zoned A2.
A2. Gotcha.
So anything that was to occur there with a higher density than 2-acre or 10-acre lots would need to go through a rezoning process.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Questions? Mr. Minnick?
Yeah, just a quick one. So on the proposed, site map as it stands right now,
Conceptual plan?
yeah, the conceptual plan.
Mm-hmm.
So there's, obviously, there's a pedestrian walkway contemplated. Could that road be, this is just a thought that came to my mind. Could that road be potentially completed at some other point in time?
I don't see why it couldn't.
So the county could take on a project with proffered money, potentially to do that, or apply for
Yeah, it's-
VDOT funds.
I would think that the county would have to come back and do a county-initiated proffer amendment to address that. Since this is a proffered conceptual plan, that would be a substantial change.
Anything preventing the applicant from doing an HOA under any circumstance, any condition here?
No.
So there'd be no real rationale why standards couldn't be maintained in the neighborhood if that's what they
Any
desire?
subdivision can have an HOA. We wouldn't regulate that, whether they did or not. The only thing we would regulate is what districts you have to.
Thanks. Okay, I don't have anything else.
Yeah, I had one real quick. Back to the transportation. I'm not sure exactly which slides I'm going to, but maybe if I just explain first, you can find the right slide for me. The initial transportation was with 123, and they ran the level of service differences. And then they redid the numbers with 98, and that's where you showed the white insert that showed the percentage traffic count. But I didn't see with the 98 a level of service change slide as I was following that. Does that make sense?
Yes. So just to clarify, the original TIA was based on 157 lots. My understanding is that these 4 intersections would still have a change in level of service, but that's not necessarily, it shows you what proportionality, what part they are, but that's based on build-out, the other developments
So
included.
Going from the 150 plus to the 98 doesn't change the level of service delta,
No, because,
this breaks
because
out.
of the build-out of the other projects.
so it's, okay, so that level of service change included all the other projects that haven't been built yet.
Yes.
And that's, I guess what the suggestion is those would be the primary driver of the change in level of service, as opposed to this being a primary driver.
That's correct.
Fair enough. Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
I do have one question, Ms. Hunter, related to the road again, because I think we laid out those roads in doing the comprehensive plan to keep things moving in the future, looking towards the future. And we're taking one out. It doesn't look to me like there's any way to do one south of this property, because you've got, unless we were to run through the golf course. To the north, the creek gets more difficult to cross. So when will we look at whether we still need this road or not? Is it the next comp plan review?
Yes.
Okay. We've taken it off of our 25-year plan, which kind of forced downward adjustment of the future proffers. But, so, a lot of these other little blue, yellow roads have also been taken out of our road plan because we expect developers will be building them. I think at least one of those is being done by Reader's Branch.
Yes, this one here, don't want to get Mr. Peterson in the face, but this one is here is being done with the Breeders' Branch project. This was on the comp plan when Mr. Page rezoned for the Audi, which we've got 4 Rings Drive constructed here as part of the Mannequin project. We are looking for the connection from his project over to Plaza. So we have been successful with showing some of these roads on the comprehensive plan, getting them to be built through development.
How much money in roads did we take out of the CIP that we expect developers to build? Was it about 200?
Mr. Everett, I'm not sure I can give you an exact number because there was road projects that were projected that in reality were never going to be built.
Okay.
Like 4-laning Broad Street all the way to Fluvanna. I don't think that was practical. And so that was mixed in with the other
Yeah.
projects.
Okay. But this one was about 5.6 million, is that
This
right?
project was 5.6 projected cost, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Well,
What
prompted
Mr.
prompted a question.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So what, I don't remember, I think I've seen it, was that the $5.6 million road that was envisioned there to be built by a developer? What was the timetable was there a timetable? Or what,
Yeah.
before it was pulled out of the CIP, what was the year? Does anybody remember?
Hold, I have it. I'll put away my phone. I think it was 2030.
I was thinking it was 10 years out.
Yeah,
That's close enough.
Yeah.
10 years out from now? Okay.
Yeah.
2036.
2036, okay.
20 years out.
But in most cases, those roads were, I believe, going to be development dependent, if you will.
Yes.
You wouldn't
Right.
build a road if you didn't need it. So it was kind of a speculation on when a builder might develop the property as much as anything else.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Hunter? Ms. McClellan?
Just one more. While we're talking about this road, we're saying an estimated 5.5 million, give or take. But I thought when we were discussing the road in this project, they were talking, give or take, $1 million.
That was, go ahead.
That was for
was
the
the-
bridge crossing only. So
Just the bridge, not the
5.6
entire
was
road.
So
getting right-of-way and construction from Rockville to Mannequin.
So the rest of the cost is basically the rest of the road that they're building.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. Would the applicant like to come up and?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and supervisors, county staff. I do appreciate Ms. Hunter and everything she did to help us through this last few weeks and set up the county public meeting yesterday. We did get good input. We did take to heart all the comments from supervisors and citizens. I do really want to appreciate tell the landowners, current landowners, how much I appreciate them working with us. We were able to go back to them and work through the different costs, and that was a big help to get to the 98, which is what we heard that the citizens and others wanted. So let me get there's the right button here. Okay, so we are at 98, which a lot of people have asked us to get to. I did want to talk about the buffers and the reason. Well, I'll get into RPUD in a few minutes. So we are a single-family detached homes only. There was concern that maybe there would be townhomes or something else here, so we added that language. We did keep a large landscape buffer of at least 100 feet. It's going to be natural on the Rockville side. I don't really know that you'll know homes are there because we're going to keep the trees that are there. Open space minimum in RPUD is 30%. We are at 40. Mrs. Hunter did a great job, so I'm going to be redoing some of what she's already done. Side irrigation, street trees will be provided. We do want to keep the walking trail connectivity. Somebody mentioned, could the bridge be pedestrian? We thought that was a good idea. We're looking into doing that, and that's what you'll see, the little brown piece between the two cul-de-sacs. We did want some connectivity between the two sides. Originally it was the road, now it's the walking trails. We think that's important for the neighborhood. We did keep some gathering areas. They might not be as extensive, but we do want to keep those green spaces. Number one thing that our customers tell us that they want, and what we hear is that walkability. I know myself, I've got a couple of puppies at home, and we take a morning walk and an evening walk, and that's something that a lot of people seem to like. We did toy with the idea of not doing all of the turn lanes, and we have heard in other cases that the board has requested those, and I know that's a county request. It's about $300,000 to put in the 2 extra turning lanes. We went ahead and added those back. We sent it in without them, and then we said, well, let's just go ahead and do them because we think it's still a better way to go. But they're definitely not required from the traffic studies at 98. So we're going to do the left and right turn lanes on both sides. We are going to widen the road along the entire length of Rockville and Mannequin, which will improve visibility, especially on that Mannequin side where there's a hill. We are providing a larger buffer on the southeastern side, or that side that's up against the agricultural. That was a comment, so we have added some of that space. And then we are still paying the full cash proffers. I did add this slide. I think I mentioned it last time. This is a neighborhood, of course, that we are building in, and this is a similar situation where you would have left and right turn lanes. It's quite a improvement on the roads. This is lanes in on Fairs Grounds Road, which we're building in this neighborhood. So I just wanted to show you that. There was a lot of talk about the traffic and the individual actions last time, and I'd have to say I didn't understand all of those things. I was getting confused with what these actions were, and are they the full intersection, which they are not. There are 44 different movements, I guess left, right, turning different ways. When we went back and did our calculations, we realized out of the 3 other big projects, we're only the 1.6 to 3.2 of all of that traffic in that whole area. So I thought that was important to mention. Actually, we believe that one of those 4, now that we've gone from 123 to 98, is now not moving level of service. So we feel like we're down to 3. There was one that Mr. Strohacker, and I think he's here, mentioned that was like right on the line, and it was like a 10th over, 10th under. That one actually we believe has moved down below that other level. So that one, so it should be 3 that out of the 44 that have now changed. I think that's important to note. There has been, in all of our talking to citizens and others, I think there's this fear of the RPUD and what it could mean for the surrounding areas. Of course, we cannot control that. I think Ms. Hunter has explained that very well, that what we're doing here is our own zoning. It's special for this property. It goes with the property, has no effect on the surrounding property. That would be up to, of course, public action in the future, which I'm not sure we would be a part of. But anyway, it's kind of a joke. But our goal is, the biggest reason I want to continue to do the RPUD is what it will allow us to do, especially on the Rockville side. Now that we don't have that road connection, we are only allowed to do 49 on both sides of that creek. So I can't have 40 on one side and 60 on the other, or whatever that is, those numbers. So it does kind of pack us into 2 different sides. And what you'll even see from our plan here on the left, proposed plan, is that the lots on the Mannequin side would be possibly larger because we have the space over there. When we're on 49 and 49, the Rockville side is going to be a little tighter. So those lots, that's the change for the 75 minimum, which is an R3 zoning anyway. So we've kept all the R3, and the only thing we're really doing is the 15,000 square foot lot. The other thing that's important to me, I grew up in the country. I grew up in Franklin County. I live out in the rural part of Chesterfield. I have 80 acres, so I love that. The other big reason, and I don't know that everybody understands this as far as citizens, is we can keep a bigger buffer, larger buffer, from the houses to the road and from the road to the houses. So that will benefit the owners here because they don't want to be backing up to a road. And I think it'll benefit people that want the rural character of Goochland that they love because it will protect, it won't have houses right up on the road or backing up, or people's yards where they could cut down trees and do other things. So I think that's the #1 factor. I think that's one of the cases where you got to be careful what you wish for. If you get the R3, you could potentially have 0 buffer because that's what's required is 0 buffer. So I just think that's a real important point. That's the main reason to keep the RPUD. Of course, earlier we had more lots and there were some other reasons, but this is the only reason really now. It offers us flexibility with the land plan. We can work with the topography of the land, put the roads where they should be. There was a question earlier, or could you do the same, I guess, open space with R3? You could if you had the land, but if you make the lots larger, you have less open space. It's just the mathematical calculation there. So we would not be able to do 40% and bigger lots. It's kind of either or. We would have to go to a small, we can have this current size lots and 40%, or we'd have to go down to 30% or maybe 20% as far as the open space. The open space will be, again, we're going to keep the buffer around the entire property. We've increased the buffer next to the agricultural property. We have more space now for amenities and walking trails. And it does require a landscape plan and HOA. If it was zoned R3, it would not require that. I always intend to do that. If I get hit by a truck next year and I'm not here and developing it, if it was R3, it could be something different. The drawing on the right is showing a potential layout. This is not what we would do, but this is what could be done. The lots are the same width. The only thing is they're deeper, so we would lose open space. Lots can be located directly off of Rockville and Mannequin. I don't think anybody would like that better than having a 100-foot plus buffer. Open space would be 20% minimum, and of course you know the other items. Again, that is the most important fact for us. I've owned Main Street Homes for 22 years. What we're doing now is much better than we did 20 years ago. What we leave behind now is important for the county and for our homeowners. So we really want the best project. It's not whatever somebody might say it's not all about the money, it's about what we can leave behind. Okay, Ms. Lasclette asked yesterday, and I didn't know it was going to be on the other map, but the TCSD, so we just put that in there with our property. It's a little easier to see that way.
Yes.
So we just wanted to show that. I don't know if there's any questions about that, but we can answer this. And then back to the Centerville radius, we've shown this many times. That's just a 1 mile circle around what we think is the heart of Centerville. We're in that area, we're in the village. We comply with the comp plan, and we would appreciate your support. We had a public meeting yesterday, had a lot of good comments, and I think we had a lot of positive comments for the 98. I think it's coming down to really, it's not really about us. It's more about what the fear of what our PUD might mean for another property. And that's just not something we can probably deal with or handle. That's something for the board in a future zoning case to decide what's best for the other property. We've heard it many times that really this doesn't set a precedent. All it does is just zone this property. So appreciate your support and questions, and I'll sit down.
Questions for Mr. McClure?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Did you have something else?
No.
Oh,
No.
any questions at this point for? None?
Reserve my right.
You have it, all right. Okay, any other questions from Ms. Hunter before I open? No, okay. All right, so, you want to take a break? If it's okay with you guys, we'd like to take a quick break.
Oh, really?
5 minutes? Okay. Take a quick break. Okay, thank you all for coming back. Maybe. At this point, what I would like to do, as you know, when we voted last time, we said we would not hold another public hearing because we felt that we had heard for almost 4 hours. But we decided, since we got so many requests, that we're going to allow for 30 minutes of comment, as usual, limited to 3 minutes per speaker. And hopefully you will focus on the things that have changed. And we, not go back all the way to all the things that have been proposed. But obviously it's your right and your 3 minutes. I would like for those 30 minutes to also include anyone wanting to speak for the development, so not just those opposed. So at this time, I would like to go ahead and open the hearing, or the quasi-hearing on this case.
And Mr. Chairman, of course, it is appropriate for you to recognize citizens, and in any meeting, you're entitled to recognize citizens. But I do want to clarify, just because legally, it is not a public hearing because we did not advertise it as a public hearing, but it was well within your purview to allow citizens to speak even without having followed the public hearing advertisements. So,
Thank you. So, anybody wanting to speak for or against this modified, this modified proposal, please come forward and give us your name and address.
My name is Don Sharp, and I live at 1498 Old Oaks Lane in beautiful downtown Crozier. I came with this all written and rewrote it while I was here, and sometimes wonder why I'm standing here now. But I had been opposed to this before. I'm not opposed to the project. What they've put forth is a very nice project. Nice buffers. I don't think you're going to see it from the roads. It's probably one of the nicest things that could go on that piece of property. The concern people have, and I know Mr. McClure has said he can't control what happens to the north, south, east, and west of that piece of property. And rightfully, he can't control that. You can. And we're told that zoning this as RPUD has no effect on any zoning of any other piece of property around it. The fear was somebody walking in saying, you gave our PUD there, you have to do it here, and we want to build third-acre lot houses and 1,500 of them. That's what the concern has been. So I personally, since I spoke against it, would withdraw that opposition as long as any other applications in the future would have to be held and zoned according to its own piece of property, and not what Tuckahoe Bridge has been. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Yeah. Mr. Bent, we're not counting this time against you. Okay, start now, Lisa.
My name is Chuck Bent, 72 Harvey Road, Rockville, Virginia. I hadn't planned on speaking tonight. I've sent you all comments. If the proposition here today is RPUD with whatever fringes they've added to it, if that's a yes or a no vote, well, then I guess my comments won't make any sense. But we keep talking about 98 homes on that property. And my concept would be more like, let's look at the acreage and then fit how many homes we can on that property. If you had half-acre lots or the 24,000 square feet that we've talked about and I've sent letters to you about, which is a little over a half acre, you'd have a little bit more room. You might be able to put houses like we've still got up there on the screen. Somebody's still going to make money. There's going to be fewer homes, but you're going to have a larger piece of property. You can build a larger home and therefore charge more money than you might with little tiny lots like we've been talking about. So I don't know how that all fits into the whole scheme of things at this point, but if we could at least have a larger minimum lot size, we'd help keep that rural character, there a little bit more elbow room. What they're proposing, basically, you could stand outside your house and spit on your neighbor's house, basically. I mean, they're that small of lots. But half-acre lots, I mean, I would love to see the acre lots, but that's water under the bridge. But that might be something to consider. If you can still consider that, I'm not sure. But if we start with the acreage and then let them do the math with how many homes they can get out there, and we still have some rural characteristic. And what we do here tonight, which you guys here and ladies do here tonight, is going to be here for generations, for our kids and our grandkids and beyond. And there's going to be a lot of other properties. And whether it sets a precedence or not, that remains to be seen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bent.
I'm Burnell Burton, 3851 Old Stage Road. I support this application. I think it would be a good quality subdivision to have in the county.
Would you move the microphone?
Also, it's in the village. I think the developer is offering a lot to this as far as roads that he's going to improve and what he's going to offer to the county. I feel we need the houses in the village. I understand the village, we want houses and we want business. And by getting houses, then we can get business that will be paying taxes and help pay for more roads or more things. I like him going for the zoning he's going for as far as having a good entrance going in. I was disappointed at that last subdivision. Rita's Branch, when I went by there, the house is right on the road. It's not a good entrance. And I think that you get more quality is better when you do have a nice entrance and the houses are back. Then again, don't everyone want big lots. Most the modern families now is a small lot. In fact, they don't even want any grass to cut or anything. They want to be going. And I feel it's a good idea. You won't get everybody, but I think it will offer a lot to people that want to come to Goochland County. Again, I feel that we should start looking at subdivisions and rezoning, because these people and I myself that had property and paying taxes and in the Tuckahoe district thing and paying that taxes, what are we supposed to do with the land? Just keep paying the taxes on it? These are the people, so we need to get development started, working with developers coming into the county, and I feel we would be making a mistake if y'all did not vote to accept this subdivision and this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton.
Good evening, Mr. Alvarez, and members of the board. I'm Brenda Wiley. I'm one of the landowners. I own property at 2051 Mannequin Road, and I'm here tonight also representing my cousin who lives in Florida, Betsy Tanton, and Beth Baker. Beth is here. She's in the back. She owns another piece of this property, and then I believe we have a representative for the third piece that's in this. We put this together because we really wanted to have a quality subdivision that would be wonderful for Centerville. And I started reflecting just on what this week means to me. I mean, this is a big night for me. But even a bigger night for all of us is July 4th, and that's this week. And what does July 4th mean to all of us? Well, it means that we all get to celebrate our country. We get to celebrate the freedoms we have in our country. And that means getting to assemble like we are tonight, getting to speak for what we all think is right for our county, and getting to buy and sell property. And that's what I want to talk to you just a minute about, is us being able to sell our property. We, the landowners, have had our property on the market for 7 years, and we've seen a significant devaluation of our land over that time period. Since the beginning of our effort to sell our property, some citizens have objected to rezoning because the design wasn't consistent with the comprehensive plan, which called for 98 homes. The Tuckahoe Bridge proposal has now been reduced to 98 homes. We as landowners have lowered our price, as well as having the developer cut his profits, and yet he's still going to do the quality that we know we all have come to expect and want. We all did this to make this happen. A number of citizens have been so kind to come to me and say they've changed their mind. They are in support of it now that we've gone to 98 homes. And I think there are a lot that aren't here tonight that are saying that too. There is some opposition, as we've already heard tonight, but we know that very few number of people really don't want anything on our property. And that is not fair to us as landowners. We have heard this said in public meetings that they don't want anything on our property. No development. Go back to Henrico, to the developer. That's wrong. They've sent out emails that are inflammatory and have false information. We want to get the truth out about what's going on this property, and you've let us do that, and thank you so much for that. Voting yes tonight for this would be favorable for the citizens of Goochland, because they'll benefit from the tax revenues and the housing that this will provide. This will be housing for young families as well as those that are my age. And it brings more vitality to the county, bringing in young people that can volunteer and help with things in the county and run for office. Voting yes would be fair to the landowners who have paid $100,000 over the past years. $100,000 between us to be a part of the Tuckahoe Water Sewer District and to be able to develop our land. Otherwise, what have we been paying ad valorem taxes for? That's what we paid that money for, and we want to be able to develop this land with water and sewer to our property. And that means being able to work with a developer like Main Street Homes. we hope you will vote yes for us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiley.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Grayson Johnson. I'm the attorney for Lawrence and Ann Knuckles, who own the 16.5-acre parcel of land that is on Rockville Road. It's part of this assemblage. And I'm not going to say any more than this because I think Ms. Wiley has said it very well. But I will say to you this, the landowners, the Knuckles, who've owned their land for years and years, as well as Ms. Wiley and her family, all of the landowners have worked very, very hard here to make this a project that meets is acceptable to the community. Unfortunately, you can't get unanimity on anything these days. I know that's not possible, but I think we've worked. I can tell you that they have worked. All the landowners have worked extremely hard, as has Main Street Homes. And I don't think that. I would just urge you to support this application because I think that after all of the work that everybody's put in, including this board and including the staff, I think we've got a good project here. And again, I would urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Agee. I live at 1416 Windsor Way in Mannequin-Sabot. I've been a part of this for 7 years myself because I'm the realtor that's represented 3 of the 4 sellers. But we need homes for families, good young families in Goochland. If you go into Food Lion at Centerville, any time of day, you rarely see children in there. There aren't that many children in our area. And if you look at the demographics for the neighborhoods in Mannequin-Sabot, 23103, there is a huge dip on that line for younger families for ages, say, 38 to 55. And then when you get to 55, it peaks and arcs. But now also you're going to add Mosaic, which is over 500 homes for seniors or 55 and older. You have Reader's Branch, and a lot of if you Google Reader's Branch, if you just Google Reader's Branch, Goochland, Virginia, what comes up is an ad, 55 plus, and it says 55 plus retirement community. It also says there are 2 to 5 bedrooms. It says all masters are on the first floor. There's also an ad that says minimal steps leading to front door for ease, which means for older people. Active adult community is on their website. And so you have 800 new homes that have been allowed on Hockett that are going to really, in reality, have probably 55 and older people. And when you go in Food Line, you're going to see old people like me in there instead of young children. And I rarely see children in there, to be honest with you. So we don't have any place in Eastern Goochland for these families. And this would be a beautiful community. Main Street is top-notch. Look at what's up there. They've done an outstanding job, and they want to build a quality home with hardy plank, with stone. They want the buffers. The RPUD means buffers. It means it looks more rural than just the R3, where you can have these homes just right on Mannequin Road and Rockville Road. So you really need to think about this. We owe money for the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. We owe a lot of money for that, and this will help pay for it. But in more reality, we need young families in Goochland, and there's nowhere for them to go. They can't go in Kenlock. They don't, the coach homes are small. Mostly of the coach homes are 55 and older. I've sold homes in there. And there's no place for them in a price range that they can afford. So we really need it. If you look at the demographics, there's a huge dip in the middle, and the arc is 55, and with 800 more, it's going to get to the ceiling. So we really need these families, and we really need these homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, he's switched up on us. He's taking pictures.
Yeah. Good, thank you.
There you go.
We good? Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road. I know a lot of work has gone into this, but you folks just need to vote no on this. I want to see his face. Yeah. I was in front of you all last month, and the presentation was, how do we get to yes? And I believe that the crucible was density, 98 homes, and the connector road. And to Main Street Homes, Mr. McClure, Mr. Costello, they've come up with a plan that seems to address that. I did go to the Harvard of Rockingham County Bridgewater College, so I'm allowed to quote Shakespeare a little bit, and that is, I rose by any other name. So I understand that this is RPUD, but it has the proffers that in many, many ways make it an R1 environment. So I certainly appreciate the process that we've gone through, and I'm hoping that this also has future ripple effects where developers will understand that if they do pay attention to the comp plan and they look at density and they look at the type of zoning that the comp plan is recommending, it's not the law, it's a guide, that they will not come in and try to abrogate and provide us with a 9-month soap opera of, well, we know what the comp plan says, but we really want to do X, Y, or Z. So I do believe that this is the potential for a good addition. For those folks that want to see more children, I can probably find a couple to sell them. But that probably is not something I should have said.
We've got that recorded, though. That'll be in the minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So what they say when you're in the hole, stop digging. I do think that this has evolved to something that does make sense, and a positive vote, a vote for rezoning to RPUD special zoning section would make sense. 98, which is the 1 acre density, and the no connector road, which I think would have been another aw shucks scenario all over again. So thanks, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Anyone else? Are we up to 30 minutes yet? I didn't notice. Yep. I'll sing.
My name is Kevin Dunn. We live at 2270 Wheatlands Drive in Manikin-Sabot, just up the road from this proposed development. I want to applaud the board and the developer for the work that they have done to try to find a way to yes. The bottom line is we still wind up with houses on 1/3 of an acre, close enough to spit. That's the bottom line of all of this. We remain in the same place. And that's what I and many others object to. I might offer this. The property owner told us that over $100,000 has been paid by them to be in the water and sewer district, and I understand that. I might suggest to the board to get with the developer and see if that $100,000, along with a part of the proffers of $12,000 a lot, which is over $1 million, if that couldn't be used to build the bridge and therefore satisfy the 25-year plan that the county had, rather than coming up empty-handed. It seems to me that there is more room for movement. I'm not happy with 1/3 of an acre, regardless of what sweet family is going to live in it. I'm just not happy with 1/3 of an acre. I hope you all can work to find a more permanent working solution than the one that we seem to have come up with here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
How much time do I have?
3 minutes. Unless we run out of the 30 minutes.
Roland Bambakis, 1721 Pine Drive. My property is on Hermitage Road, but my house faces Pine Drive. I vote no. Is my 3 minutes up? I vote no because we have 98 homes, but it's still on a half acre. Does that make sense? So we dropped from 157 homes to 98 homes, from 123 down to 98 homes. I mean, are we playing a numbers game here? The size of the lot is still the same. Nothing has changed. It's still a small lot. Nothing has changed. One house per acre, not 98 homes. 98 acres, total piece of land. 98 homes. That's not the name of the game. It's 98 homes, 98 acres, one house per acre, not 98 homes. See, I'm getting confused now. I'm getting confused.
We understand, I think.
Do
what
you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. But as it is written, I vote no. But if there's a way to come up with a plan to have one house per acre, I vote yes. Is there any reason that the board can't reject and say, come back with a plan and resubmit it? Is there any reason that you can't do that? Is it?
Yes, if we
Yes.
reject the case,
Reject it and come back with another plan?
if we reject the case, it cannot come back for another year.
Another year? Good. Then they can have time to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Going once? Going twice? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Well,
Citizen comment.
the citizen comment for the special citizen comment period.
We're gonna stop talking now.
Yeah. All right. Questions, comments? I do have a question for the applicant, if nobody else wants to beat me to it. What would be the timeline for construction if we were to approve this?
How long will you take to approve it?
So
The preliminary, and then,
is it within the next 6 months? I mean,
no. Bob is our professional engineer, and we always, developers are good at lying to themselves about how quick it'll be done, and I think it's gonna be 1.5 to 2 years by the time we dig. So I think it's a 7-year project from start to end. But I think we've got to draw plans, we've got a lot of approvals to get, we've got to get those approved by the county, and then get ready for construction. So that would be my guess. 1.5 years.
questions?
Yeah, a couple real quick. Could you refresh my memory on the price point you're shooting for here?
Well, the landowners did work with us a lot on the price to get to the 98 and get to the yes, if that's what we get to. I think we're going to be 550 to 6, most likely.
550 to 6?
Yeah, it's expensive to develop, and it's gotten more expensive. I think they're 50,000 cost in just road costs and everything, and we have now a little more road per lot. The lots, I did want to clarify one thing, that the lot average is not 15, that's the minimum. We will have larger lots on the Mannequin Mannequin side. Yeah, they will be larger. I mean, that just makes sense to have the two markets, but anyway.
That was kind of a segue to well, the first question really went to how many starter families might be coming in at 600. I'm not sure it's a starter.
It's
hall.
hard. Yeah,
But
it's hard.
Let me go to the next question.
We
I'll
might be
just-
able to be in the 500, but that's, if we can keep 4% interest rates, it helps.
Well, we'll get to work on that.
Yeah.
And then on the, I understand, I'll call it the east section versus the west side. There's less total acreage there. And then my question really is, I guess on the left side there.
Yeah, let me get back there. There.
There you go. Okay, so on the right
Right
side
side
there
there.
now. Am I right? You're
Yeah.
right. Just, you may not be able to answer this, it's not a real specific question, but how much room is there for larger lots on that side and still hit the 49? I mean,
So the Rockville side is going to be more of a challenge. Of course, we've flown topography, so we know what we have, but we have not drawn plans. We don't know exact sizes of BMPs. We do have to treat all water on site, so it's a much harder rules than what was in the past. And so the ponds are much bigger. So that's a lot of the challenge here. I think the 75 to 85 is going to be on that side. I think we can get to 90 to 100 width, so we can get to the 20,000 on probably the Mannequin side in some cases. So we would like to do that. We would like to have two different markets potentially.
So you
as
may
far as
do
size of
different
houses.
lot widths, different lot
Yes.
sizes, different
Mhm.
house sizes. You may end up with different price points.
Correct.
Maybe,
Correct.
depending on the availability of land. Okay, the other questions for county staff, so thank you.
All right.
I have one more. Oh, maybe I lost it. It'll come back to me.
Okay.
So, did you have a question for Joanne?
So, Mr. Chairman,
Anybody?
there's
Oh.
just one other. You had talked about the managed HOA.
Correct.
So now we're talking about two different areas of this project that could have different lot sizes, different price points. Do you see this as one HOA?
We do. It's much more cost-effective to have 98 lots than try to have two separate ones, because a big part of your cost is administration and accounting,
Right.
and you don't really get any value out of that for a homeowner. Typically, we add like trash service, because you do get some economics of scale, economies of scale for that, and offer something to the customer. But it would be still one neighborhood. And we might we're thinking about putting the wooden bridge across there so we can still keep the Tuckahoe Bridge. So,
That was gonna be my next question.
yeah.
Tuckahoe step path or something?
Yeah, exactly. It'll be wide enough for bicycling, walking, that kind of thing.
Thank you.
Which side are you thinking of starting next, Mannequin Road or Rockville?
I think from just an engineering standpoint, we would have to start the Mannequin side because of the water, bringing the water through and up, and also the sewer probably could go either way, but it's the Mannequin side.
Any other questions? Did you have a question for Ms. Hunter?
Just a couple of them real quick.
Okay, Ms. Hunter, if you would come up, please.
One of the questions that we heard tonight was a suggestion of possibly going to acre-sized lots. In your view, would that be consistent with the comp plan, or we'd have to disregard the comp plan to go to 1 acre lots?
It would be consistent with the comp plan, however, it would be very unusual to have 1 acre lots served by public utilities.
Is the comp plan written acre lots, or?
It says an average lot size of
So it's
1
an
acre.
average, so it isn't a minimum acreage.
It's an
So you
average.
could do one lot, acre-sized lots and comply with the comp plan.
Yes.
But as the comp plan is written, it just needs to be an average, so that both that and the proposal would properly be viewed as both of them complying with the comp plan.
That's
Okay,
correct.
fair. One other one real quick. Well, this is more of a general comment. I mean, I think one of the things we're finding out here is, not for tonight's discussion, but it's the limitations of our current zoning ordinances and the RPUD, because as we saw from the RPUD, there's no minimum sizes, no minimum lot frontage, there's no minimum densities, and you could have beyond single family and multi-family, all of that. So what we've got here is kind of a hybrid, and so I guess as we go through the zoning rewrite, which is kind of mid-stride right now, we should think about whether our zoning categories are appropriate for the way the market is coming to us, and so that we're not trying to pound square pegs into round holes. But that's more of a general comment, and it has no real direct bearing on tonight, other than tonight's a good example of something that maybe we need to look at. So that's, Mr. Chair, that's my only comment.
Any other questions for Ms. Hunter? Thank you. We might call you back. What are your thoughts?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, just a couple quick comments, hopefully. I think we discussed this at length last month. So, you know, I think we've achieved something in the comp plan to get to substantial compliance here, or very close to it. I think one of our other bones of contention was the road connection. I think that's obviously been addressed. Traffic, I think, I'm not exactly sure. I think we've done okay with remediating some of the issue on Mannequin and Rockville with a lower density road and some potential proposed road enhancements. So traffic has been addressed. I think still the biggest issue for me is probably the RPUD, and I know, having kind of been at this for 8 years, that, you know, one zoning case is one zoning case. It doesn't really relate to or shouldn't necessarily relate to a future zoning case, and I think we've seen that over time on the board here, where each case is considered uniquely. In this case, though, it looks like to me that RPUD does become a potential issue for future boards, and again, can't be worried about what will happen with future boards or with past boards, and we can't encumber a future board to do one thing or the other, or have some stipulation that nothing else can become RPUD. Each case is looked at in its own right. But in this case, I would just indicate that it's my observation, looking at this area in particular, that an RPUD zoning precedent that's established for one residential area may encourage future RPUDs on its periphery, either north or south, adjacent to or whatever. In cases we get closer to the village core, we're anticipating even a larger, higher density proposal to come before this board. So I think it does create a bit of a potential domino for future boards to consider that they look at. Now, additionally, I live in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. I think I live in the only RPUD over there, as a matter of fact. So we're RPUD lots in my neighborhood, while there is a higher density there are higher density sections. Some of those homes are on acre lots. A good number of the homes on the street that I live on are on approximately 3/4 of an acre lot size. So there is some, again, precedent for building homes on slightly larger lot sizes and servicing them with water and sewer. Now, having said that, there's obviously, when you look at the potential amenities package here, which is a very good marketing tool, you know, is pretty, this is a pretty nice, comprehensive plan that's being presented, and I think it would probably sell well and be well received by the public. But again, I'm just looking at the RPUD. For me, that's kind of hanging a caution sign out there for me, but clearly everything else I think here is, you know, indicates that it's a very positive project. You know, I think, you know, and again, I'd look specifically at the area to the south of this. You know, the potential best use for that property south of that, again, I'm not the owner and I don't have any affiliation with the owners. In fact, I can't even recall who owns the golf course, but I think that becomes a pressure point for some future development because residential development there would probably be you know, the best use for that, and clearly it's squarely in the middle of the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. So, I guess, you know, I want to thank the landowners and the developers, the traffic engineer, architects, and certainly the community at large for some tremendous input on this project. It's been a little laborious to get through this effort. It's difficult. A lot of sleepless nights. Nobody really cares about those, but there's been a lot of angst and a lot of movement on trying to get this project to yes, and I really appreciate everybody's work and everybody's willingness to try and meet in the middle on as many things as possible. So, kind of having shared my thoughts, again, that's kind of where I stand this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Minnick. Other thoughts? No? Mr. Peterson, you want to, or Ms. Lascolette, you want to?
I pretty much echo Mr. Minnick's comments. I think this is a really quality project, and I think everyone has really worked hard to get this much more manageable. Really concerned about the RPUD designation. Wish that we had a better classification, frankly, for this, because I think this is the wrong classification for this property. So I'm not sure. Been doing a lot of praying about this one, trying to figure out how I'm going to vote, and I still don't know yet exactly how I'm going to vote, because I do believe it's a very quality project. I think a lot of people have put a lot of work into this. I think it's really going to look good. I'm just very concerned about the classification, and I have been pretty much since the beginning. So, I don't know, still thinking on it. Give me a little bit more time. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll try and be brief. I guess there's one thing you have to say about this board is we're willing to listen, even if it means going past midnight. Fairly quickly, I go down my list of touch points for this. Main Street Homes, a quality builder. I don't think that's been called into question. land use, residential land use seems to be the appropriate land use. Cut-through traffic was an issue. It's no longer an issue unless you're on a bicycle. Comp plan, 98 homes, density of 98 for 98 acres versus the lot size. For me, the county services are going to be driven by the number of homes in there. If there was 150 homes in there, there'd be a different demand for county services. If there's 98 in there, there's a different demand for county services, whether it's police, fire, safety, schools, what have you. So the demand for services is driven much more by the density than it is by RPUD versus R1 versus R3, or the size of the lot. The size of the lot's not going to determine the usage, it's the number of people that would demand services. So what we've got here is an RPUD which has the potential for high density, but we've got an RPUD medium density application with 98. Now, the question about lot sizes for me, if you're driving up Rockville or Mannequin with the setbacks and the landscaping, you probably won't know what's in there. Without the cut-through, very few cars are going to go in there other than if they live there. So you don't have a lot of visibility of smaller lots or smaller homes or what have you. You have drive-by, and I wonder what's in there. I don't know. The people that live in there know, and they go in there, and that's it. Again, I get back to, okay, then the 98 homes, that's the demand for services that we would hear about, the number of calls being run by fire safety, the number of kids in schools, those kind of things. And that's the 98 homes demand for county services as opposed to the 100 or whatever. So for me, the actual lot size and the PUD, as long as the density is not there, demand on services aren't there, the setbacks are there, and the landscaping is there, and you're not sure what's behind there, and the cut-through is not there, it's not maybe quite as important as it might otherwise be. The public water and sewer is there to accommodate the density that's being proposed. The PUD does bring some things that R1 and R3 don't, and we've talked about those, the setbacks, the landscape plan, the HOA to make sure it stays a quality development over time. And so I guess as I go down through my checklist, there's been an awful lot of progress here made, and I also want to thank the builder, developer, the sellers, the landowners, the realtors, and the citizens especially, because the citizens have to understand that we're in a completely different place today than we were a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And it's because the citizens have come and shared with us their concerns, shared the concerns with the builder and developer, and folks have listened, taken it seriously, taken it into account, made changes, tried to accommodate, and showed a degree of flexibility that, quite frankly, I'm not sure is shown in very many places, other than Goochland. So, Mr. Chair, those are some of my comments. Thank you.
Want to say anything? You know, I support the application. I supported it last month. And I would just commend the developer for addressing the community's concerns. And to me, the process worked. I mean, I would have voted for the project as it was presented last month. I would have voted favorably, but I think the process worked beautifully with the community expressing their views. You know, there's no reason not to support this. I cringe a little bit that you know, we gave up infrastructure. You know, we gave up the road. But I think, you know, I think the developer's responding to what they properly perceive from the community and this board. So I think it's going to be a great community. I commend the landowners for working with it, making it happen. You know, the process worked in my view, and I think we're going to have a nice area. It's certainly going to be developed. You know, when this started, I looked as you know, we don't want to flood Tuckahoe Creek Service District with residential. So my first question was, is there any chance this would ever be in, you know, commercial industrial? And the answer is no. So, I mean, this is appropriate, and I think we've landed in a good place, and I support the application as presented.
Okay. I'm kind of there. I was probably this close a month ago. I want to echo something that Mr. Lyle said, which was, if there's a precedent set here, it's about how to work with our neighbors in the future. Because this started at 157 homes. It's down more than a third to 98 homes. And it's taken a lot of work, and I've heard from some citizens, well, we've been asked to attend 8 meetings, and I'm glad they were asked to attend 8 community meetings, because no other developer has done that in Goochland. And I think what the final product is a much better product. So however this goes, the work that the citizens have done and the developers and our staff has, I think, created a much better project. As for the lot sizes, and I know there are concerns over that, the reality is that 40 acres of these 98 acres are going to be undisturbed. Or in some cases, because a lot of that land is cleared, they're actually going to have trees planted on them. And that's a huge amount. That's, it's 40%. It's, and as Mr. Peterson said, anybody driving down Mannequin Road will have to drive into the neighborhood to know that they're on third-acre lots. And I've lived in all kinds of lots. I've lived in quarter-acre, third-acre, now I have 3.5 acres. I am kind of at that point where I need to go to a smaller place. I don't want to cut grass for 2 hours. And I see, in fact, there was an article in yesterday's paper about the whole Richmond area moving to more townhomes and smaller lots and smaller homes because people are just not interested in mowing the lawn or maintaining a huge lot. So one, we have, I don't know what percentage, and I've been meaning to ask, maybe that's how I ask, but what percentage of our employees and teachers and deputies live in the county? But I believe it's a small percentage. There's not enough housing. You say, well, they're not going to be able to afford a $500,000 home. But a $500,000 home means that somebody moves from 400 to 5 and somebody from 3 to 4 and so on. So it creates more housing that is beneficial in the end for the community. I am concerned about the road because for the last 8 years, I've represented our county in the Transportation Planning Organization. And it's very hard to plan and get funding for state roads. So our defining these roads and designing them so that a developer kind of basically covers the cost and builds them, it's a huge advantage. Those of you who were here earlier, you heard about one developer that the developer went broke and the roads ended up falling on the homeowners. So it's very hard to pay for roads and to get them planned and into the state plan. So I am a little concerned about losing this road. But we also have, and Joanne, if you might be able to help me, the downzoning for the Knuckles property, were those numbers taken into account with the traffic numbers?
They were not. They were just
Part of the original count?
They were part of the background traffic, which is a 2% that they
Right.
contribute to, so.
So there's a subdivision that was approved on C Road, for 44 homes, and the owner of that property has asked us for a downzoning back to A2 so that he can leave it to his daughters when he passes on. His father had left him his land, and his father, when it came time to retirement, his father sold most of the land. In fact, he used to own the land where 64 sits today, and then it was kind of split by 64. His father ended up selling a lot of the property. That was his retirement. And he is at a point, and he said it in the meeting, he said, I don't need to sell this land for my retirement, so I'm planning to leave it to my daughters. Not all of us have that opportunity or that advantage of being well enough to not sell property that we purchased and maintained for our retirement. So I thought that was a big, something that I heard at that meeting that hit me. And then I believe that a lot of the sacrifice in this has been made by the landowners because they've had to cut back and cut back. I think they're happy because I think if we approve this project, I think this is a kind of project that they wanted to see, a really good project for the future. These folks are the same folks that years ago donated the land for Company 3 fire station, which is not just a fire station there, but it's really a meeting locale for all of our citizens. So, like I said, I was nearly on board last month, and I think, you know, I had the concern about the density and I think that's been addressed. I appreciate the developer, because I think they had said that they would move away at 98. I think that was 98 with the bridge, and they would have moved away if it wasn't because the landowners adjusted their price. But tonight, if I wasn't on board, I kind of became on board when I heard the 4th of July and and our freedoms. That's very special to me. 2 days ago, I celebrated my 51st year out of Cuba, and that's a big deal. So, thank you, thank you. And I hope that what we've done is not got onto somebody's that we've done the right thing for the county and for the landowners, and I think we end up with a package that is really beneficial for everyone. And I hope, in fact, I think tonight all the future board members are here, whether up here on the dais or out on the, so I hope that they understand that we don't expect our PUD to be the future for this area, even though it's our PUD with the modifications. And so, of course, that'll only guarantee it for the next 4 years, but that's all I have to say. I think I've said probably too much.
Just something you said, maybe just, I want to respond briefly to it. When you were saying that you're ready to downsize, and that's the sentiment, and Ms. Burton has spoken to us a couple of times about what she perceives and understands to be the market. And I guess I've gotten a lot of responses to last month's meeting, where people were, you know, upset with me for indicating support for this. And I would just, you know, we have future board members here, up here and out here, and I would say that your point about where things are moving, I want folks to understand, I don't think we on the board are sitting here seeking these higher density communities. I mean, you were just speaking to the Richmond area. The market seems to be dictating that. So I approach this looking at, you know, developers are going to come here and landowners are going to come here presenting things that the market would support. So I want to be clear, we're not actively saying this is the kind of development we want, higher density. But I think my view is let's respect what the market says, and to you followed up to that point. My impression was this wouldn't have happened. The presentation earlier, this would not have happened but for the efforts of the homeowners and the developer working together. And I don't know that you'll have that all the time. And this, you know, I don't know that you'll have this, and that's why I think we're so complimentary, because the things came together nicely to make this happen. But to be clear, we're not seeking, you know, we're hearing pressure about, quote, affordable housing. And that is, you know, that means different things to different people, but I think to some of us it certainly means that the people that teach and provide fire rescue and police services here, that there's affordable, that there's housing that they can afford in the community. So I think we'll continue to see these pressures, but I think, speaking for myself and this board, we're going to look at each application individually, and the roads are a challenge. You know, Mr. Alvarez has been on the RRTPO, and I've been on it for the year that I've been here, and I'll be kind of stepping into his shoes when he steps off. And road building is the biggest challenge we have. It really is a challenge, and you know, that's a whole nother topic, and there's a lot to learn there. So we're always going to be reacting, I think, on the road piece, and if we can get developers to build things and get infrastructure, well, I think we need to, just as a practical matter sitting up here, we really need to give strong consideration when a developer is going to provide infrastructure. We really have to give that strong consideration. So, but again, I'm delighted the process worked. I hope your vision of everybody being happy is here. So, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? If not, I would entertain a motion. Either way. I would be willing to make the motion. What's that? Okay. I am going to make a motion that we approve this rezoning application with the proffers offered tonight and as explained and discussed tonight.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Brodesky, would you do a roll call vote?
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Ms. Lachelette,
I can't pass, right? Yes.
Mr. Minnick,
No.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez.
Yes. Okay, so the motion passes. You have your approval. I hope, I think there's a lot of trust here that you guys are going to do a great job, and I know you will. Thank you all for your support to make this a better application, and thanks to all of the citizens who made it as good as it is now, so I appreciate it. Should we take another quick break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Last
Who's presenting?
Members of the board, Mr. Brodesky, I have 3 ordinance amendments to present and request that you hold individual public hearings on them. The first is related to the changes in state law from the General Assembly. In fact, I believe all of these are. The first one relates to our animal ordinances, and Tim Clough is here for any substantive questions, but the General Assembly adopted a number of rules that changed definitions and ordinance requirements. Our local ordinances follow the state law language, and so we are obligated to modify them to come into compliance with the state law. So I ask that you hold a public hearing and consider approval of the first item, which is to amend Section 3-1, the definition of adequate shelter and adequate space related to what is available for companion animals. For Section 3.5, to update our seizure ordinance, that's the seizing of dogs, to include the appropriate reference to the Virginia Code relating to soaring horses. And I had to look that up. It has to do with literally, I think their feet, the soaring of horses in any event. And lastly, to revise the dangerous dog definition to allow courts to make sure that they can take defer adjudication of a charge if that's an appropriate outcome. If you have any questions, let me know.
Questions for Ms. McGee?
So the adequate shelter and adequate space relating to companion animals is in reference to a homeowner?
Anyone who's who's taking care of a pet, it talks about hot weather having to provide shade and a place that doesn't conduct heat, cold weather having a bit of a windbreak, some bedding, sufficient to protect the animal from cold and heat. I believe it's just in response to some situations with respect to, I've even seen a sort of a plastic drum photo being used as an animal shelter, and the belief that that's simply not sufficient shelter, at least not in hot weather and cold weather. But again, our ordinance follows the state law, and this is a mandatory change in the state law.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? Right, if seeing none, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this amendment, please step forward. Seeing none. Where's
Just kidding,
Jonathan?
please step forward.
Where's Jonathan? Okay. I close the public hearing. What's your prerogative?
So these are required by state law?
They're required by state law.
I'm generally in favor of complying with state law.
You know me. Okay.
Tim would love a question since he came out this evening.
Yeah, he's been hanging out.
Tim, are you okay with this? Thank you. That was Tim Claw. He lives at Animal Shelter.
Since he's here, Tim, any trouble enforcing this? All right. If no other discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the following proposed ordinance amendment, the three sections 3.1, 3.5, and 3.59.
As presented.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Budesky, would you?
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Ms. Lachlet?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
Next, I have before you an ordinance amendment, again, arising from state law changes adopted in the General Assembly this year. The state law this has to do with the tax exemption for the elderly and the disabled. We've always had a definition of dwelling in our ordinance. Now, the state has adopted a definition of dwelling, and it is mandatory that we adopt it as well. What we've done is, what the ordinance amendment before you proposes that we keep our definition, which is not inconsistent, but the state has been very specific with respect to it not only could be a residence in the land, but also include, for instance, a garage or other shed and so forth. And that's why it talks about other improvements as long as it's used not for a business. And again, it's just sort of being more broad than a principal structure, someplace that stores household goods or garage. The Commissioner of Revenue has reviewed this and it has no problem complying with it, feels it's consistent with what we've already been doing, and so I recommend it to you for adoption.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. McGee?
What's the purpose of it? Is it to capture more improvements for tax purposes? Or?
That's my understanding of it, yes. That's why it reads as broadly as improvements such as a house or something used as a house or to cover any motor vehicle.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's like a little pole barn or even like one of those canopy things. Would that?
But to be clear, it is going to cast a wider net, but just the summary of information, passed legislation modifying state law regarding the tax exemption for elderly and disabled. So we're broadening the definition of
the exemption.
Of the
exemption as opposed
Correct.
to trying to capture more tax revenue. Just to clarify and make
No,
sure.
thank you.
That's
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
That's correct. But again, the commissioner looked at this and said that she actually would have been doing it this way, that she wasn't trying to parse someone's residence separate from a shed or a garage in terms of the exemption. So it is consistent with what she has already been doing.
And this is required by state law?
It is.
I'm still a fan of state law compliance. That hasn't changed.
One of these days, though, something's going to be out there you don't like, and you're going to.
Yeah,
I don't know, he's a very disciplined board member.
Be a rebel one day.
This is being live video broadcast, so I'm still in favor of complying with the law. Nice try.
Okay, any other questions from Ms. McGee?
No.
So, okay, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. I think I have to explain the steps. And no Mr. Lyle. He's done, okay. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Do we have a motion or further discussion on that?
Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of the ordinance to amend section 1361-61 regarding the definition of dwelling and the tax exemption for the elderly and disabled to cover any non-commercial structure used to house household goods or a motor vehicle.
Second?
We have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Budesky?
Ms. Lachelet?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick? Yes. Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes. Motion carries.
And finally, board members, Mr. Budesky, I have another ordinance amendment derived from the 2019 legislation, also respecting a tax exemption. This is with relating to the tax exempt farm machinery that our Commissioner of Revenue already uses. It's broadened to include machinery and equipment used by a nursery, which is consistent with a farm equipment sort of exemption, and any farm tractor, even if it is used exclusively for agricultural purposes. In addition, those changes were made in subsection H of our ordinance. In addition, L and M were added. Those were already in the state law, and certainly just weren't, and our commissioner was already following them, they just weren't reflected in our ordinance. So I am asking that you adopt the changes proposed in this matter, that Commissioner of Revenue assures us that she not only has no trouble doing this, that she already feels this is consistent with the exemption, and that it would comport with state law.
Just to be clear, we're
I apologize. I said our treasurer, and I might have meant, and I meant our Commissioner of Revenue.
Commissioner of Revenue.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Right.
It
So-
is after the witching hour for me.
So we are talking about agricultural nurseries?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, it says nursery, and it gives a definition. We're not
Okay.
talking about baby nurseries, if that was your question.
It said nursery.
Horticultural is.
Okay, fair
Okay.
enough. And there's a definition, so
Yes.
that's great, thank you.
And we have to do this under state law, in case you wondered.
Oh, that's my next question.
Do you have a comment on that, Mr. Peterson?
Well, I did, but it kind of seems like a moot point at this point.
Likes to comply.
Yeah. And I like to please everybody all the time. All right, let's get it all out. Okay.
All right.
But thank you for that, Ms.
Any other
Ms. McGee.
questions for Ms. McGee or?
No.
All right, so I'll open the public hearing on this item.
There we go.
Coming out of right field this time. instead
Well,
of
with
left
the
field.
farm stuff, right? Scenario.
Jonathan Lyle, 1521 Mannequin Road. A couple of things. One, goats are still in there, so that's good, as are mules. It does, under the underline, it talks about adding wineries, and Licking Hole Creek is the first farm brewery. And I don't know if we have latitude within our ordinance to include breweries as well. We make specific reference to wineries. And, I mean, Licking Hole Creek is they grow in the hops, and they are the first farm brewery in the Commonwealth. So if we're exempting people from taxes, which is usually a pretty good thing from my perspective, less taxes, better taxes, is that something that could be done? Or is this going to be in compliance with state law, and we have to do this as to what the geniuses at the General Assembly have said?
Mr. Lyle, as you no doubt are aware, we are a Dillon rule state,
We
which means
are.
we have the authority that we are given. the state law that we are implementing here specifically allows us to exempt equipment and machinery used by farm wineries in the production of wine. It does not contain language that allows us to
So
do
that's not in
farm
our
breweries.
purvey.
But if you do recognize at the very end of this paragraph, a farm tractor will be allowed even if it's at a brewery because it has no limit on its uses.
Okay.
But,
I mean, I'm
go to
just-
Justice Dillon to explain why we have to prefer wineries over
Where is he buried?
breweries.
He's,
Yeah, well, he's dead,
no, no.
so
Yeah, he is dead.
I'm
He's
not going there.
been dead for a while.
I'm not sure if that's a death wish invitation there for me or not, but I just wanted to, because the breweries, I mean, we went through the winery deal, now craft breweries and now distilleries are the next big thing. And I'm going to be a seer here and say cannabis and hemp is going to be on the horizon. Just give it a couple of decades. But that was my question. If Licking Hole Creek specifically, not to single them out, but they are a farm brewery, and we can't because we're Dillon rule. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Anyone else? All right, I close the public hearing. Questions, comments, motion?
All right, Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the ordinance to amend section 13-10.5 pertaining to personal property tax exemptions for agricultural animals and products as specified.
second?
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Bresky, would you?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Flashlet?
Yes.
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
Motion to close?
Yes.
Close meeting? Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
So at this time,
Mr. Minnick? Mr. Chair?
Mr. Minnick, are you ready for a motion?
I am. In accordance with the provisions of Virginia Code 2.2-3711 and 2.2-3712, I move that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors convene in closed meeting for the purpose of consulting with council regarding recent voter registration reassignments as permitted by Virginia Code 2.2-3711, Bowlegs A, Bowlegs 8.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Bresky, will you do a roll call vote?
Mr. Minnick?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
Ms. Flashlet?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes. All right, so at this point, we will go into closed session. We will come back out of closed session and recertify our meeting. So hopefully you will all be waiting.
If not,
Why are you laughing?
if not, we'll see you at our next meeting.
If not, I'll go ahead and announce our next meeting will be July 23rd at 3 p.m., where we'll be meeting with our zoning folks to go over the zoning rewrite work session. And that'll be held in room 270, and the meeting's open to the public. On Tuesday, August 6th, at 1:30 p.m., the audit committee will be meeting before our regular meeting. That meeting is in this room here to my left, room 251, and it's open to the public. And then it'll be followed by our 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. meetings. Again, that's on August 6th. If you all are not here when we get back, thank you for coming. Have a happy 4th. Yep, happy 4th.
Happy 4th.